the universe, matter and energy, and at its origin, hydrogen, an indispensable element which contributes towards building a better planet. The age of renewable hydrogen has arrived. Countries, companies, and institutions are moving towards the development of a competitive hydrogen market. Thus, a European backbone network is necessary to connect supply and demand in Spain and, thanks to the hydrogen corridors, also to Europe. 2023 has been a year of great progress. We continue to work to achieve the goals set by Europe. Hydrogen is now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this Enagás Hydrogen Technical Day, which we want to serve as a catalyst to discuss, to review the state of the technological aspects connected to the hydrogen market. We think this is absolutely crucial, and we need the best experts to do that. So we have brought together some of the key national and international players and technical experts to analyze, as I said, the state of the art of renewable hydrogen technology. And I would like to thank especially to those speakers, to those experts, using their time to be with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you that are following this event here in person, in Madrid, or via streaming. You know that in January we held our second Enagás Hydrogen Day, in which we saw that a very important advance has been made in different aspects of the hydrogen economy. A lot has been done in terms of regulation, in market creation, but we also saw that the technological aspects are of paramount importance. This is going to be a key issue to really allow hydrogen economy to become a reality. That's why we have taken advantage of the hydrogen H2 GAR, the hydrogen gas assets readiness meeting that took place in Madrid yesterday, in which we had representatives of 7 European gas TSOs. We had Fluxys, Hasuni, Gas, National Grid, OGE, SNAM, and Enagás to organize today this Enagás Hydrogen Technical Day. The focus of this day is going to be on the level of technological progress in the design, construction, and operation of hydrogen infrastructures, and how these can be integrated into the regulation so that it can play a role in enabling Europe to meet its decarbonization targets on time. The ultimate goal is to address that colossal challenge that is fighting climate change and making Europe carbon neutral by 2050. For this, technology is key, and technology of renewable hydrogen is going to be an absolutely necessary part of the solution. Without renewable hydrogen, decarbonization is not going to succeed. Without green hydrogen, fighting climate change could not succeed. So hydrogen is not a catchphrase. Hydrogen now is a need, and it must be a reality. Hydrogen, Europe is aware of this, and that's why Europe is increasing its ambition. You know that Repower EU started setting a goal of 20 million tons of hydrogen consumption, green hydrogen consumption, half of it being produced within the EU. And the European Commission has started to propose a new target for 2040 in the range of 35 to 40 million tons of green hydrogen produced within Europe. Many things have to be done to be able to achieve that very ambitious goal. And many things are being done. In Europe, in 23, many things have happened. You know that the European Hydrogen Bank has been created, and it has launched its first competitive auction. There has been a political agreement on the Decarbonized Gas and Hydrogen Directive. This is going to be absolutely key. And just yesterday, the final first list of PCI projects and projects of mutual interest for hydrogen has been finally published. All member states are doing their homework, and I would say that Spain is doing this in a very prominent way. During 2023, the update integrated national energy and climate plan has been launched. You know that also concerning Enagás, we've taken very important steps. We launched in the last Q of last year a call for interest for renewable hydrogen plus ammonia and CO2 that had a huge response from the industry, from the actors of the value chain. You know that the government approved in December a royal decree law designating Enagás as provisional HTNO, and they have mandated us to submit a proposal of infrastructure, of green hydrogen infrastructure by April the 29th. It's just in the coming weeks. And this represents an expected capex investment of around 5.9 billion euros, including the Spanish component of H2Med. So we are talking about a huge capex program. To deploy this capex program successfully, we need a lot of technological muscle, a lot of technological capabilities. And we at Enagás, we think we can offer that. We have more than 50 years experience, and so we think we can show a technical skill of very high level of maturity, but in which still a lot of things have to be done. Hydrogen is not unknown territory. We've been transporting hydrogen for many decades, since 1938. It's true that the big challenge is how to scale up the level of deployment of this kind of market and infrastructures. What we have seen so far is that although a lot has to be done, the technical challenge is feasible to attain, to achieve the targets that we've got in front of us. The pipeline material, instrumentation, and compressors required, as well as underground storages, are pretty mature technologies. Salt caverns have been shown to be suitable for hydrogen storage with very promising results. Yesterday's H2GAR meeting addressed the adaptation of hydrogen networks, repurposing of hydrogen networks, and it has been demonstrated the validity of most specifications, most steels used as of today in the industry. In addition, the inspection technology for the increased requirements of hydrogen is fully developed. Progress is also being made on standards for the design of hydrogen networks. In Spain, a proposal for new gas transport regulation, including hydrogen, has already been drafted. For metering, hydrogen metrology centers are being developed, such as the one Enagás is developing in Zaragoza, and also the digitalization component of hydrogen networks is being developed, because hydrogen networks must be smart grids. In short, a lot of technology has already been developed, but there are also big challenges ahead. As part of Enagás's commitment to contribute with effective solutions to the agile and efficient deployment of green hydrogen, I would like to announce the creation of a hydrogen technology observatory since today. This will be a forum to promote, share, and analyze technical advances in the field of renewable hydrogen. And this will also be a meeting place for the key players in the hydrogen value chain. It will be open to all of you. This Enagás Hydrogen Technical Day will take place annually, and it will be the cornerstone of this Hydrogen Technology Observatory. We will share the contents, the outcomes of these sessions, and we will develop a number of initiatives that we will be communicating shortly. So that was the introduction. I think we have a great agenda today. Thanks again for those who have made possible to have this agenda. And to start the program, we are fortunate to have with us the International Energy Agency, an institution that was born precisely in response to a changing energy model that could be comparable to the one we are facing today. The agency is celebrating its half-century this year, so congratulations on this 50th birthday. And now I give the floor to Amalia Pizarro, Energy Technology Analyst in the area of hydrogen and alternative fuels at the agency. Thank you very much, all of you, for your attention. I hope it will be a fruitful and rewarding session. And please welcome Amalia Pizarro. Thank you. Muchas gracias, Amalia.
Good morning, I'm Amalia Pizarro from the International Energy Agency, from the hydrogen team. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm going to present to you some insights from the Global Hydrogen Review that was published in September 2023. So the results I will present are as of September 2023. When possible, I will share with you some updates. And we are actually currently working in the next edition of the Global Hydrogen Review that will be published around September, October 2024. So we actually look forward to learn more from your discussions to be able to integrate all the things you are working with, all the technological innovations you are dealing with in the next edition. So I will like first to start by highlighting the fact that the political momentum around low-emission hydrogen, as you all know, is very high because of climate goals, because of the need to enhance energy security, and also more recently because a lot of countries are adopting new industrial strategies where low-emission hydrogen plays an important role. In 2022, hydrogen consumption in the world was 95 million tons of hydrogen. This means that today, we are already consuming hydrogen. This was a 3% increase compared to 2021. Nevertheless, less than 1% of this hydrogen was produced through low-emission technologies. This means that worldwide, hydrogen production implies the emission of around 900 million tons of CO2 per year, which is equivalent approximately to 2.5% of global energy-related CO2 emissions. This is to stress that today, hydrogen production is still part of the problem and not part of the solution. But of course, low-emission hydrogen offers a lot of opportunities. We have seen in the last years massive announcements or a lot of projects related to low-emission hydrogen production. Nevertheless, as I will show afterwards, actual deployment of these projects, final investment decisions are being delayed, and most of these projects are still facing challenge. We will also share with you that there is a mismatch between the announcements of low-emission hydrogen production projects and a demand for this low-emission hydrogen, and this demand is not sufficient to meet climate ambitions, especially considering that today we are already producing hydrogen through fossil fuels and emitting 900 million tons of CO2. Then, as you are the experts on infrastructure, you know that development of infrastructure projects for transport and storage of gases in general, and likely is the case for hydrogen, is likely to take longer than the production and demand projects they will connect. So this forces us to do an early planning, a very careful planning. Oh, this went faster than my speech. And then we are actually very happy to hear that today you are launching the Hydrogen Technology Observatory, because we are also tracking what's the status on innovation in some key technologies and is lagging behind. Some of the technologies that we will need are not still available at a commercial scale. So one of the questions we have is how to turn momentum into deployment in order to ensure that low-emission hydrogen play its role in the clean energy transition. And I would like to start with some positive news, and it's about the deployment of electrolyzers worldwide. In 2022, it was 700 megawatts. In 2023, actually, in the Global Hydrogen Review, we estimate that we could end the year by more than 2 gigawatts, but in reality, we didn't achieve that number, and actually, the amount of electrolyzer projects that became operational in 2023 was around 1.3 gigawatts. This means doubling the amount of electrolyzers projects from 2022, but still this is equivalent to the production of 0.1 million tons of hydrogen, which is quite small. And we need to highlight here the role of China, which is actually responsible to more than 50% of these projects. If we look into 2030, the situation is actually quite different. According to the announced projects, we could have up to 420 gigawatts of electrolyzers if all these projects materialize, and this is approximately equivalent to 28 million tons of low-emission hydrogen from electrolysis that could be produced by 2030. Approximately, this is 30% of today's hydrogen production. And one aspect that is actually relevant for infrastructure is the size of these projects. Today, the largest projects, we have 2 projects that are above 100 megawatts. They are in China, but actually by 2030, according to the announced projects, 75% of these projects are in the gigawatt scale, and that's very relevant for the development of infrastructure, especially pipelines that very often require these large scales. And when we look at the maturity of the projects, we need to highlight that still the majority of these projects are at a very early stage. This means they are at a conceptual stage. Some of these projects are undergoing a feasibility study, but less than 3% of these 420 gigawatt of electrolysis capacity is operational or have achieved a final investment decision. So actually there is a bit of, large uncertainty about how the market will develop by 2030 and how many of these projects will materialize. And looking into the geographical diversity of these projects, if we consider the 3% of electrolyzer projects that have committed a final investment decision. This is equivalent to 14 gigawatt of electrolysis that could be available by 2030. The majority of these projects are located in China, that has 14 projects with more than 100 megawatts. Then we have Europe, that has more projects but are relatively smaller, excepting a few projects like the hybrid projects in Sweden and some other projects in the Netherlands. And now is playing a larger role the Middle East, and actually the largest project that have achieved a final investment decision is in Saudi Arabia, the Neon Green Hydrogen project with more than 2 gigawatts. But when we also take into account those projects that are still at a feasibility stage or even at a conceptual stage, the geographical diversity changed completely, and we have a lot of regions that also have announced projects, electrolysis projects. So Europe is playing a leading role in the announcement of electrolysis projects, but then we should stress Australia and Latin America that have announced around 20% each of the electrolysis projects by 2030. And then we also see other regions that are also looking into deploying electrolysis, such as India and Africa. And these 420 gigawatts of electrolysis will translate approximately into 28 million tons of hydrogen. This is around 30% of today's hydrogen production. But when we consider the term, I have been using the term low-emission hydrogen, we also consider as low-emission hydrogen the possibility to produce hydrogen with fossil fuels, but with very high capture rates, above 90%. And according to the announced projects, this will correspond around 10 million tons of low-emission hydrogen that could be available by 2030. The geographical diversity is very different. While for electrolysis projects, we see a lot of regions that have announced these projects. All the projects that will produce low-emission hydrogen with natural gas steam reforming and high capture rates are mostly concentrated in North America and Europe. And when looking into the maturity of the projects, we still see similar problems. It's like we have less projects that are at very early stage, but actually we just have 1 million ton of low-emission hydrogen that has been committed through a final investment decision through its pathway. So this means that we have 2 million tons of low-emission hydrogen that will be available by 2030 based on those projects that have achieved a final investment decisions. This means that only 4% of all the low-emission hydrogen projects that have been announced have reached a final investment decision or are under construction. There are a lot of uncertainties. Of course, building the low-emission hydrogen market is complex because it's a complex value chain, but we want to stress some uncertainties. We have uncertainty in demand. We have a lack of clarity in some regulations. We also have a lack of infrastructure that will make available hydrogen to these end users. And also a big part of it has been exacerbated by inflation and sluggish policy implementation. So I will discuss with you some of the challenges that might be a reason of why we see that very few of the announced projects have actually achieved a final investment decision. And when looking into a potential mismatch between production and demand, if we consider government production targets, the goal will be to produce 35 million tons of low-emission hydrogen by 2030, and this actually matches very well with the pipeline of low-emission hydrogen projects that has been announced, that is 38 million tons. But when we look into demands, considering the policies in force, we only see a demand for 7 million tons of low-emission hydrogen, and if we consider government targets that do not have yet implemented specific policies, this will increase to 14 million tons of low-emission hydrogen demand by 2030, and approximately half of it will be in existing use that will be better suited to use hydrogen, especially in the short term. So we see a mismatch. There are some international initiatives that are looking into demand aggregation. It could consume approximately 3 million tons of low-emission hydrogen, but actually we haven't seen any of these international initiatives in the chemical or the refining sector that will be more suitable to adopt low-emission hydrogen in the short term because they are already consuming fossil-based hydrogen. And we only have 1 million tons of low-emission hydrogen with binding offtake agreements. So demand uncertainty is one of the barriers and one of the reasons on why we see a delay in final investment decisions. And then I would like to share with you this figure of how the cost of producing hydrogen through electrolysis could be by 2030 in a net zero emissions scenario. So this means in a scenario where there is an upscale on low emission hydrogen production, there is technology innovation, and there is a decrease in renewable energy. So what we have seen in the last year is that actually inflation had a very big impact on the cost of electrolysis projects. Some of the projects increase their cost around 50%. This is a lot. That delay taking final investment decisions, that force to review some of the feasibility assessments. Nevertheless, we are optimistic that this will be only during a transition period, and that this will only delay projects but not actually cancel them. So being optimistic and relying that the world goes towards a net zero emissions scenario, we will expect significant cost reductions in electrolytic hydrogen production. And you can see in red that we could achieve in some regions in the world costs as low as $1.5 per kilogram of hydrogen. And this means that in those regions where we can achieve this cost, low emission hydrogen production will be cost competitive with hydrogen production through, for example, natural gas steam reforming. And also, the diversity in costs open up for the possibility of trade. Today, hydrogen trade, as you know, is very limited. We have some international pipelines between France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. We do have hydrogen trade indirectly through trade of ammonia and methanol. 10% of ammonia is internationally traded, 20% of methanol, but this is still small. According to announced projects, around 40% of all the announced projects are considering exports. So this means that the possibility of exports is a big driver of these projects. This is equivalent to around 16 million tons of low-emission hydrogen that could be traded by 2030. Around half of these announcements are in Australia, and then this is followed by announcements in Latin America and North America. Around 1/3 of these projects are considering exports to Europe. Other projects are considering exports to the Asia-Pacific region, but actually most of the projects do not have a target country. And here we do have now some technological challenge. Around 80% of these projects are considering exporting hydrogen as ammonia. This means around 12 million tons of hydrogen that could be exported as ammonia by 2030. And this is because this technology is available. As you all know, the technology to ship hydrogen as liquefied hydrogen is at a demonstration scale with the Future Frontier project. But we do have a challenge here, because the exports of 12 million tons of hydrogen as ammonia is equivalent to the export of 60 million tons of ammonia annually. But today's international trade of ammonia is 20 million tons of ammonia. So this means that according to the announced projects, it will require that the infrastructure for ammonia shipping should increase 3 times in just a few years. So this is a challenge. There is also the challenge that there is the need to be able to use this ammonia as ammonia. And we wonder, will there be a market for the use of ammonia? If we want to reconvert ammonia to pure hydrogen, the technology is still not available as a scale. The existing infrastructure can handle a bit more of ammonia trade, but this massive increase will require the construction of new infrastructure, of deep water port facilities, of berthing facilities, and even we have the challenge that there might not be enough ships, enough liquefied gas tankers available for this ammonia trade, and we only have 3 countries, Japan, South Korea, and China, who are making ammonia tankers for shipping. So we do have some technological challenge about hydrogen trade. And similarly, as we have highlighted before, only 1/3 of these projects, of these export projects, have identified a potential off-taker. Only 3 projects have achieved a final investment decision: the NEOM green hydrogen project in Saudi Arabia, and a project in Oman, and a project in the US. This is equivalent to 2% of the projects that have achieved a final investment decision. So this means that there is some uncertainty if the export market will be able to materialize in this short time already within this decade. So I have been talking about production, demand, trade, and now I would like to present some insights about the infrastructure needs that will actually connect the different dots. And in order to present some insights about the infrastructure needs, I wanted to share with you some of the results from our modeling, more specifically from our net zero emissions scenario by 2050, just to highlight that this scenario is not a forecast, it's not a prognosis, it's just one image on how the future might unfold if the world aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and doing it with a carbon budget that allows to be below 2 degrees global warming. So what we see is, like, in energy terms, today's hydrogen demand, just to use it as a proxy, is around 8% of natural gas consumption in energy terms. In a net zero emissions scenario, already by 2030, actually hydrogen demand will double. And by approximately before 2045, hydrogen demand will be higher than natural gas consumption at a global level. For some regions, this might happen before. For some other regions, this might happen afterwards. And by 2050, hydrogen demand will increase almost 5 times compared to today's level. It will be equivalent approximately to 40% in energy terms to today's natural gas. But this hydrogen will be used in those sectors that are currently using hydrogen, such as the chemical sector, a bit in refining, and it will also be used in those sectors that have very limited decarbonization alternatives whose electrification is challenging. So this, I will use this as a proxy to understand the magnitude and the challenge associated with building the required infrastructure for transporting and storing hydrogen. And just in terms of investments, at the IEA, we also track the annual spending in natural gas infrastructure. This includes LNG, transmission and distribution, and storage infrastructure, which is approximately at an annual level around $120 billion. And what we estimate in this net zero emissions scenario is that already by the end of this decade, we will need a significant upscale of hydrogen infrastructure that will be a bit more of $30 billion per year in a short time. And this investment will be mostly for pipelines and storage. And we should also consider that, for example, by 2030, we need to commit investments for an infrastructure that will be available in the next year, not necessarily in 2030. If we consider the total spending in natural gas and hydrogen infrastructure, the total spending match almost the level that we have today. So this means that at a global level, the spending in gas infrastructure in a net zero emissions scenario will be similar to today's spending in natural gas infrastructure, just that the investments in natural gas infrastructure will decrease and will go towards a low-emission hydrogen infrastructure. And when looking into what is the status of hydrogen transmission pipeline projects, actually in our models, we estimate that by 2030, 2035, we will need between 20,000 and 40,000 kilometers of pipelines. And when we look into the announced projects, it actually is matched very well. Nevertheless, there are still a lot of uncertainties, as very few of these projects have achieved a final investment decisions, although we are very happy to see the success of some calls of interest. And when we look into 2050, the amount of hydrogen pipelines in the net zero emissions scenario will increase to more than 200,000 kilometers, and this is equivalent to around 20% of today's natural gas transmission infrastructure worldwide of around 1 million kilometers. But we have some technological questions, and actually I would like to make them here because I think you will be the right audience to give us some answers. And is today's existing infrastructure is mostly connecting, is limited, it connects industrial clusters. What we need is actually an infrastructure that is able to connect countries and continents. We have other challenges, and I think you will be addressing them today. Today's hydrogen pipelines have a diameter of around 18 inches. In the future, we have seen announcements of 40-inch pipelines, so we have some questions about the materials, the compressors that will be able to handle these higher pressures and larger volumetric flows. We also have some questions about the operation of these pipelines, because today's operation of hydrogen pipelines is static. In the future, we will have cyclic loading. What's the potential of line pack, considering also the risk of hydrogen embrittlement? We have some standards for onshore pipelines. We don't have these standards for offshore pipelines. Do we have challenge with waves, with free spanning that could induce damage in the steel that could end up increasing the risk of hydrogen embrittlement? So we do have all these questions, and actually we look forward to hear if you are addressing them. And then we also have the part of storage. Here, the outlook looks a bit different. The amount of announced projects in storage is equivalent to around 5 terawatt hours that we could have by 2030. And in the net zero emission, we actually estimate larger needs. And here, the role of storage should be considered not only as a flexibility tool, but also as an energy security tool. So when we do this modeling, we consider that hydrogen storage has a very important role to play for energy security. It's not only a tool to provide certain flexibility of season or to handle seasonality. So we are missing a bit of some of these questions and some of these assessments. In the short term, we mostly have storage in salt caverns because the technology is available. In the longer term, we have also seen announcements about storing hydrogen in porous reservoirs, but the technology is not yet available, and there are some questions about diffusivity, reactivity that needs to be addressed by the industry. So hydrogen storage needs urgent and accelerated action. Just to compare, I'm missing this in volumetric terms because hydrogen occupies around 3 to 4 times more than natural gas. So in volumetric terms, the development of the hydrogen storage infrastructure in the net zero emissions scenario is equivalent to 2 times the development of natural gas infrastructure in the last 30 years because it takes much more longer volume. And we also stress the impact of lead times. Of course, we call for an efficient permitting, licensing and permitting to decrease this first phase, but of course construction also takes time, and this is more the case of underground gas storage. So this makes a necessity also to have early planning because these projects will take longer to be conceptualized and built than the production projects that will need them. So we call for an early action and advanced planning. And I will skip that and just to highlight, and I'm very happy that today was announced the technology innovation Council, because as we can see here, a lot of the technologies for infrastructure for hydrogen transport and storage have not achieved yet a commercial stage. We have some doubts about these technologies, especially in the case of storage of hydrogen in porous reservoirs that can be critical to provide particularly security. We know that there has been some demonstration projects about fast cycling in salt caverns, but still these haven't been done at a scale, so we are calling for more innovation. For transmission and distribution, the challenge I mentioned before, particularly for hydrogen centrifugal compressors. And in case we need to transport hydrogen over long distance by ship, we still have some challenge about the conversion technologies that require a lot of energy and therefore are very costly, particularly, for example, ammonia cracking. So we welcome a lot innovation. We look forward to hearing more. And I have some conclusions that I don't have time to go through it, but I just recommend you to go through our webpage where everything is available, and also all the results I saw are available in Excel. You can download them. You can download all the projects database and play yourselves and make your own numbers. Thank you very much.
Voy yo.
Bueno, ahora viene Susana de Enagás, que me...
I am Susana from Enagás. Thank you very much. It's clear Europe is leading the way towards the energy transition, and green hydrogen is one of the main vectors for achieving our goals. Green hydrogen is the solution for decarbonizing the gas-intensive industries, and green hydrogen is the solution for decarbonizing transport. More than ever, Europe needs to be energy independent, and renewable hydrogen is a great ally in this regard. To be able to deploy renewable hydrogen, substantial investment and infrastructure are needed. It's necessary to build transport and distribution networks, and it's necessary to build hydrogen storages. Therefore, having a stable regulatory framework is crucial. To discuss the status and the necessary next steps of this regulatory framework, we have three high-level experts in this first roundtable entitled Regulatory Challenges and its Involvement on the Availability of Mature Technology. Here with us is Joan Batalla, President of Enagás, Daniel Fraile, Chief Policy Officer of Hydrogen Europe, and Boyana Achovski, Secretary General of Gas Infrastructure Europe, who is joining us online. Thank you very much for joining our first Hydrogen Technical Day. Well, I would like to start with a question for all of you. Boyana is there? Yes. Last December, the Commission approved the directive and regulation that make up the gas and hydrogen package, which we expect to be published in the next few weeks. What relevant points would you highlight from this package, and what do you believe are the key aspects for success in the deployment of hydrogen? Boyana, could you start?
Yes, sure. Good morning. And first of all, thank you for Enagás for the invitation. And greetings for all the colleagues of Enagás who are working so much and so hard within the years, decades ago, and looking for the future in gas infrastructure Europe. Very happy to be here, and sorry for not being with you in person. It is a very interesting discussion indeed, and hydrogen and the development of hydrogen in the part of the infrastructure was always a very important point for gas infrastructure Europe. So Susana, I will start with answering your question. So first of all, in any case, it was really key that the gas and hydrogen package was closed by the end of the last year. It is indeed a key milestone in the development of the market for hydrogen, and especially on the part of the infrastructure that we are operating. So the market participants, and especially the infrastructure operators that we are representing now have much more clarity on which regulatory environment hydrogen infrastructure will be owned and operated, because for us that was a big question to somehow to have clarity. So concretely, I'm mostly referring to the unbundling rules, of course, the tariff schemes, the TPR regimes, and the government's rules. And what we see now is we really see and gives, let's say, the package gives much more clarity to the market and the investments, the signals to the investments that were supposed to be given. However, not all the questions are solved now. The most important part which we are facing now is the implementation. And implementation is ahead of us. So the implementation will mostly happen at the national level, as we all know, but we as a European association, of course, we are there to support our members on the process. Of course, we realize that every implementation of national level is going to have also a different speed. So in the regard to the technical elements, particularly in relation to the gas quality, for example, the text gives more clarity now. We have now new provisions on gas quality processes, also including, let's say, provisions on hydrogen blending at the interconnection points, which was an important point. But here again, more specifications are still needed in these regards. And take, for example, cross-border flows of hydrogen, maybe even blended gas flows where interoperability rules via dedicated network codes need to be further clarified. I will stop here with that question.
Okay, thank you. Daniel or Joan?
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation as well. I think Boyana already mentioned, well, first of all, the clarity that the package brings. Yeah? We've been waiting for this for a long time. Now everyone knows what they can and they cannot do. Everyone understands their role with regards to unbundling. I think one element which is important is the separation of this transmission and distribution assets. That clarifies a lot who can do what. Third-party access to pipelines, also to storage sites, also who could be investing, owning, accessing import terminals, cracking facilities. I think this is extremely important. We also have rules for the development of the grids. So we now understand how the hydrogen grid has to be planned vis-a-vis with electricity and with the natural gas infrastructure. In that regard, we have the creation of ENO, or NOH, depends how you pronounce it. We always come with new acronyms in Brussels, so we always have different interpretations on how to pronounce that. We think this is very important. There's been a lot of discussion, and this was a very sensitive issue, whether we should just continue on with ENSO-G. That would have been probably a more pragmatic approach. But I think overall, in the long term, it's a very important signal that we have a dedicated entity for development of hydrogen and hydrogen infrastructure. I think this will give, once it's set and full operational, it will give a very strong word and very strong role to the hydrogen network operators, particularly vis-a-vis the electricity TSOs, which are very strong, and they have very strong influence on energy policy making at European level. Having a dedicated entity on hydrogen gives also a lot of authority and a lot of objectivity about where we have to go in terms of hydrogen development. So I think all in all, this element of the package is extremely relevant, and we are now advancing in Brussels to make this association operational as soon as possible. The final element of the package, which I think is also quite relevant, is the definition of low-carbon hydrogen and low-carbon fuels. They have been defined already, similar emission reductions as for renewable hydrogen and renewable fuels. And now we are working on the delegated act, which will be basically establishing what exact rules are put in place for the measurement of these gases That's work in progress. European Commission should adopt the rules by the beginning of next year. We're trying to push this timeline a bit farther forward, because this also creates a bit of an uncertainty, not only for those who want to produce low-carbon hydrogen, but also those who are willing to invest in renewable hydrogen, that they are saying, well, let's wait a second, maybe the low-carbon hydrogen is coming up. We don't know how much the competitiveness of those gas are going to be, so let's give us some time. So that's also creating a certain level of uncertainty. So I started saying it's very good because it brings a lot of certainty, but the whole thing has not been done yet. Boyana mentioned national implementation still to come, and so we're working on that. But overall, very good advancements already so far.
Okay. Good morning. Let me start thanking Enagás for its kind invitation. It's a pleasure for me, as a president of the Spanish Gas Association, to be in the first technical day of the hydrogen. Just answering the question, for me the gas package and the gas and hydrogen package is the clear answer of the European Union to a pressing reality. Decarbonization will not be possible without the participation of the renewable gases, and in particular the hydrogen. And this package is extremely relevant. Obviously, there are a lot of things that have to be defined at the national level, but for me, the key aspects of this package is it defines the rules, it defines a clear and reliable regulatory framework for the deployment of the hydrogen and the rest of the renewable gases. It recognizes the relevance of these renewable gases when decarbonizing the final consumption of energy in the European Commission. I think that it's extremely relevant. It recognizes that it will be required a collaborative approach among the different actors, among the different institutions, all the actors present in the hydrogen value chain, to be able to scale up the projects, to be able to answer the technological challenges that we have to face in the following years in order to deploy this full hydrogen economy. And perhaps the last but not least relevant aspect, it recognizes the relevance of the innovation and the technological development in order to find the correct solutions for a decarbonized future in benefit of the present and the future generations.
Okay, thank you. In Spain, the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge has continued to take steps in the development of hydrogen. Specifically, a Royal Decree Law 8/2023, in its 9th additional provision, establishes that provisionally Enagás can act as a representative in the European network of network operators for hydrogen, and so can make a proposal for the development of hydrogen backbone infrastructure with a 10-year horizon, and can also develop the hydrogen backbone network within the framework of projects of common interest. Joan, in your opinion, what are the next steps? How can administrative processing times in Spain be improved to align with what the EU package indicates?
Good question. Perhaps one of the most relevant aspects when developing this hydrogen economy, it will be the planification. It will be extremely relevant to identify where the demand is, where the supply is, and which infrastructure we require in order to connect this demand and the supply. And in this regard, I think that it's extremely relevant, the Royal Decree, when it establishes that it's required a planification of the infrastructure, the hydrogen infrastructure, just to identify the barriers, just to identify where the demand is, where the supply is, and with the definition of the most coordinated planification with the rest of the energy vectors in order to fulfill this requirement of the final consumption. For me, perhaps it's the most crucial aspects. Obviously, when we are talking about renewable projects, we wish to talk about the permitting and approval procedures, extremely relevant to be able to reduce the time required to approve these projects is extremely relevant. Nevertheless, it's more relevant to have a good planification for the next years in order to identify the national requirements, the export capacities, and the planning that is required in order to deploy correctly the full economy of hydrogen.
Okay. The next question, Daniel. In your opinion, can the temporal hourly correlation requirements for hydrogen production influence the electrolyzer technology chosen by producers? And which technologies are better suited for hourly correlation roles? I have two questions.
Yes. This is a topic that has led to many discussions about technology choices. I think, and people tend to say, well, if you want to meet temporal correlation, you need to be very flexible, you need to have variable load, and therefore you should go for PEM, instead of alkaline. I think this holds true if you're talking about non-pressurized PEM. But with pressurized PEM, with pressurized alkaline, so with pressurized alkaline, you don't have these big differences. And it's not me who's saying that, but you just look at the market, you see at the large projects we have reached FIDs, and you will see very large projects which need to meet temporal correlation, and they are choosing pressurized alkaline. Yeah? So that's one thing. I think there are also many elements which leads to your decision on putting your project more flexible. Yeah? Do you have access to a pipeline, pipeline? Do you have access to underground hydrogen storage? How decarbonized is your power grid? This is super relevant because if your power grid has a lot of renewables and is decarbonized, you can run your electrolyzer without having to go up and down. Yeah? So these are very important questions that need to be also addressed when deciding which technology you're going to be used. Then, besides the technology of the electrolyzer itself, you can look into all the strategies to see how do you give more flexibility to your project. For instance, you can oversize your PPAs with renewables, right? It's something that many project promoters are looking at. You have more power capacity so that you can run for more hours. Or you can use battery storage. It's another other possibility to also give more flexibility to your project. There is probably one electrolyzer which does actually be negatively affected by this temporal correlation, and this is solid oxide. This is because it works on high temperature, and it uses waste streams, residual waste from industrial applications. In those cases, normally hydrogen demand is it's non-flexible, and the waste input is non-flexible, so the electrolyzer has to be running non-stop. But it also electrolyzer which reach very high levels of efficiency. So it's a little bit of how you say, it's a funny situation because the Commission wants to have temporal correlation to become very clean, but at the expense of efficiency, while solid oxide could bring very high efficiency and be very clean, but it cannot meet this very demanding regulation. So it is, just to conclude, yeah, the choice of the technology is important, but there are many more factors out there which are probably more important than the electrolyzer technology itself.
Okay, it's clear. The next question is for Boyana. Could hydrogen quality specification, and in particular the degree of hydrogen purity to be set, favor a particular type of hydrogen production?
Yes, Susana, indeed, hydrogen quality for sure it's a subject that needs to further mature. But just to have a little bit of a reflection to the previous question, as we are representing storages, indeed. So if you allow me to, so indeed the hourly correlation can definitely bring challenges, especially in country like yours, like Spain, where much hydrogen will be produced via solar electricity, right? So, however, as storage was mentioned, having hydrogen storage in place is something that can give a possibility to enable the long-term storage of hydrogen, and this is definitely help to match the temporal correlation criteria. And now to go back to the question about hydrogen quality, indeed, actually in GIE we established a working group on that, but the discussions are really preliminary, and as I mentioned from the beginning, this is a subject that needs to be further matured. But here definitely analogy with the natural gas purity can be made. It's something that could be somehow applicable, and we can take a look on that. So what I'm trying to say is that depending on the final use, some standards have to be settled, right? So as there are standards for the raw materials, as we know, the same approach we should expect also from hydrogen. So here, when we talk about the cross-border exchange, this is something that will require specific standards to allow, let's say, the commodity flow. This is something that can be seen in the current rules on interoperability, for example. So in this industrial usage will require very specific standards that are suited to technological processes, and also storage here will most definitely set a standard for optimal hydrogen storage. So we currently observe very kind of properly that in some countries are already quite advanced in the discussions about the hydrogen purity, especially when looking at purity levels in the infrastructure that we are operating. So in the end, basically, we also need a European solution to enable the cross-border flows without to have any kind of restrictions. And when we talk about the colors, you know, it could be green, turquoise, even pink. There is a really broad spectrum of hydrogen. So the colors assign depend of the type of the production, of course. But there is no really universal naming convention, and the color definitions may change over the time and between the different countries. We also hear, and now if we let's say the white hydrogen aside, it's may carry, let's say, any impurities, but the technologically produced hydrogen should be pure enough, let's say, to allow the usage, let's say, everywhere. So in the refineries, the purity is above 95%. The same should be true with the electrolyzers, but there is no standard issued so far. And basically, I think the problem is not that much the purity. The problem is the cost and the availability of hydrogen production, of course. And here we should, Europe in principle must reassure that the investors with the regulatory framework and, well, regulation which was mentioned already, but we really need to have a very well-defined regulatory and financial clarity to ensure the efficient and successful hydrogen market ramp up, of course, because the market here, when we talk about hydrogen, it's a crucial topic to let's say, consider.
Okay, thank you. The next question is for Joan and Daniel. In your opinion, the stimulation of demand through the setting of hydrogen targets an effective way for underpinning investment by suppliers, distributors, and end users?
Okay. Absolutely, yes. I mean, we have now targets at European level, but investments are not taking place. Yeah? So I think, so first of all, targets, yes, but then very clearly how these targets have to be met. Yeah? Who holds the obligation for investing on these, in these fuels that you are targeting? Right? Let's take the example of RFMBOs. RFMBOs are already existing in principle as part of the RED II and part of transport solutions, but there haven't been investments just to deliver on the transport target because you have alternative fuels such as biofuels. Yeah? And so now we have a specific targets of RFMBO in transport. This is driving investments. Once you establish a market, you have a market in Germany, you have a market in France, and the market in the Netherlands for the transport sector. There we are seeing investments, or at least we are seeing projects advancing towards investing on that, for that specific sector. And now we have also the targets for industry, this 42% of industry by 2030, target at European level, target at national level, but so far we are not seeing a lot of action there. We need now to translate those targets at national level. We need now to decide, governments have to decide whether they want to bear the target, the responsibility, and facilitate the industry to deliver those targets, or whether they want to pass on the obligations to the industry themselves. We are working a lot on this lately in the association, also talking to governments. I think eventually it's going to be a choice of member states. What we are saying is whichever path you take, you need to enable the conditions for the investment to take place. You cannot expect a big steel maker to fulfill obligations if he doesn't have access to infrastructure. They simply can't. They cannot put an electrolyzer and hope that you're going to decarbonize your steel processes. We have also very many challenges on the ammonia sector, for instance, and you cannot just pass on the obligation and hope they will make the investments, because they are playing in a competitive environment globally, and they are facing a risk of carbon leakage, or let's say reallocation. So you also need to support them financially to cover the cost gap. So I think these two elements are super important, is put the targets, implement the targets, clearly establish who is going to deliver those, who is responsible, and then enable them. So infrastructure and financial support.
I completely agree. The targets are extremely relevant, and they could provide, I think, that a strong economic signal for investors. There is a market with a public support that is fully convinced of the role of the hydrogen, so they establish a target in terms of final consumption. But for me, it's not enough. For me, the question is the cost of production of hydrogen. Obviously, when you establish targets, you are generating economies of scale. So the idea behind is to create these economies of scale to reduce the final cost of production. So for me, obviously, they could provide this strong signal, but they have to be accompanied with other support schemes. We have to implement support schemes from the supply side in order to scale up the project to reduce the cost, and also from the demand side in order to combine these final consumers, industrial consumers, that there is an alternative decarbonized vector that is available at competitive cost. So yes, targets, but accompanied with other elements such as this kind of support schemes in order to stimulate the supply and the demand side, with the final objective that there is no other than to reduce the cost of production of hydrogen.
Okay. Next question about pilot of demonstrations. Daniel, are pilot or demonstration projects playing a relevant role in driving down the cost of different hydrogen technologies? And what regulatory measures best address the investment risks of first movers?
Well, I think the first question is, yes, of course, pilot projects help to reduce the costs. I think that everyone will agree in this room that this is important. We have seen it in many other sectors. Just take an example, floating offshore wind. I mean, you need to go pre-commercial scale first. You need to have a number of projects which are at that commercial scale with support, and that helps you to reduce costs, to help the industry also to industrialize the production process, and eventually to reduce the technological risk. But to your second question, I think that's the most relevant one. How can we reduce the risk for first movers? We talk about having the infrastructure, we talk about having those subsidies or the support schemes to cover the cost gap. Is that enough? And probably the answer is no. Even if you have some support schemes that are covering you the cost gap, we still have difficulties to see projects being closed or financed. There is a risk on, or there is a perception of risk on the technology, because we are moving from a 1-2 megawatt electrolyzers. We have a few projects of 20 megawatts, and now we want to do 1 gigawatt. And the jump is huge within no time frame. And this is quite difficult. I think we need to, in addition to support schemes like the Hydrogen Bank or the PERTES in Spain and something like that, you need to have a technology risk guarantees. Yeah? So someone needs to be behind, backing up the ones who are buying the electrolyzer and the electrolyzer companies themselves, because they are small companies, they are SMEs, they are innovative, they're putting a lot of money into scaling up, and at the moment they're not able to guarantee you the performance of those electrolyzers for a very long time. And they don't want to take that financial, they can't take that financial risk to go into a 1 gigawatt project. They can't simply do that. So someone, maybe the EIB, I don't know, someone else has to be behind the commercial banks and has to be providing these commercial guarantees, these technology risk guarantees to make sure that these projects can move ahead. I think this is extremely important. And if you look into the infrastructure, it's kind of the same. I mean, you need to finance the infrastructure, you don't have the customer, you don't have the income from the tariffs, so the government needs to back the future revenue from customers. Yeah? So I think the German model could be a way to copy. In Spain, this is also being discussed. I think anticipatory investments also helping to the risk are super important instruments. And the challenge here is that we want to do all this within no time. Yeah? So we need to be very fast and very creative and get sufficient support so that these risks are minimized.
Okay. The next question is for Boyana and Daniel. Which common international standards would favor the development of the clean hydrogen industry?
Daniel, shall I start?
Please?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm personally not aware of any international standard for hydrogen so far, except for some, I suppose, unsuccessful initiative for fuel cell electric vehicles. So I suppose hydrogen in any case is produced and also going to be used locally in different refineries and also in the chemical plants. So there was no really a need for a standard as hydrogen is not yet a commodity. So it's not a subject to a global commercial agreement or part of a stock exchange for the moment. And what I could answer here and what I could think of a proper answer to your question is, I suppose that the more the market develops and matures, the more the need emerge really to develop those hydrogen purity standards, which for sure are going to be needed. And of course, starting at the national and then at European and much more on international levels. That's my opinion on the matter. So Daniel, very much looking forward to your answer as well.
I did ask one of my expert colleagues this morning to help me with this question, and he started talking about ISO 4 or 5 numbers. So I will spare you all the boring numbering. I think the very important aspect is to have a common way of measuring the emissions, right? If you are able to measure the greenhouse gas emissions of any type of gas, hydrogen gas, that's sufficient. Then you can go into putting colors. Boyana mentioned some colors. That's labeling. But first, you need to have the emissions well measured. We have an ISO standard, which has already been done and recognized during the last COP in Dubai. Now we need all countries to be recognizing this standard. And in the association, we are working on a digital passport. So it's a tool which helps you to track the origin of this hydrogen, and which helps you to track how these emissions using this standard have been fulfilled. I think this is the most important standard needed for international trade. Otherwise, we have in the European system in place with the RFMBOs, which needs to be applied for any hydrogen being produced or consumed in Europe. Now we have a bit of a different approach in the US, which is still being discussed. And you will have emergence of different definitions. And definitely, this is not helpful for anyone, right? Because you will always have to define your project based on a specific market, and you lose flexibility. So that's probably the most important point. The other one, which I think is relevant, and I don't know for the infrastructure, but I know for the electrolyzers. I mentioned it before. It's about the risk of performance of the electrolyzers. Today, we do not have any international standard which can guarantee you the performance of an electrolyzer over 10, 15 years' time, right? If you look into the PV sector, for instance, this was something that already 25 years ago, you already had it. You take your panels, Chinese, European, wherever, to a certification center. They do some testing for 6 months. okay, your panel is guaranteed at this standard, your performance will be above 80% in 20 years' time. So everyone in the market knew if you are meeting that standard, I'm good to go. And the government will say, I only give you subsidy if your panels have met this standard. And I think we need something similar for electrolyzers. I'm surprised we don't have it. I mean, I'm just learning this myself in the last few months, working on the topic. And obviously not having a standard today, it's delaying because everyone needs to look, what do you know, what is your electrolyzer doing, and this delays the speed of projects. So these are the two elements I would like to highlight. And probably the same for pipelines, these 42 inches pipelines that Amalia mentioned. But I'm not very knowledgeable on the topic of infrastructure, and probably the colleagues later can dig into that.
Okay. I would like to finish with a question for all of you. There are EU elections in June, and what are the most important messages you would like to transmit to the next EU government?
Now, let me start, Susana, with just a thought about the last months. I think that in a moment of energy crisis, we have been able to advance very quickly in such relevant aspects, the definition of the renewable gases and renewable fuels, the definition of the role of these decarbonized gases in the future, the role of the hydrogen. So for the next political period, for the next commission, I think the first message is you have to be able to maintain and enhance the ambition. I think that there is no way back, come back to another solution that to advance in the decarbonization process. So it is required to maintain the ambition in terms of innovation, in terms of technological development, in terms of advancement in harmonized regulatory framework that has to be reliable in order to foster the investments, the required investments. We have to be confident with the role of the market, integrated energy market in Europe, the role of the infrastructures, and the most relevant aspects, the European approach in order to be able to answer to the challenges of the future.
Okay.
Okay. Well, aligned with what Joan said, I mean, I think the most important thing now is to ensure that the next political term at European level continues what we have started with the Green Deal. This is super important, and it's not a given. I think we need to continue that ambition. Has put us in a very strong place in terms of regulatory framework. Now we need to go into the implementation, so we cannot doubt about it. This is a very strong message that we are sending already to policymakers at European level, in Brussels. The second element, I think, is, okay, we want to be the front runners in decarbonization globally. We need to push this Green Deal, but don't forget the industry. Yeah? I think we need to make sure that we have an industry in Europe which will be financing this Green Deal, which will be still making Europe competitive, and particularly in the clean tech space. We want to do this with our European technologies, right? So don't forget the European value chain. We are strongly fighting to maintain competitiveness of electrolyzers in Europe, fuel cells, but all other type of technologies, compressors and all that. We need to maintain that competitiveness as well at the global scale. Because eventually, all regions are going to go into this path of decarbonization. There is no doubt about that. But if in 20 years' time we realize we were the first, but we left all our industry behind, I think this is a big mistake. So it's just continue with the Green Deal, but reflect a little bit better how you also support your local industry. And by doing that, maybe you need to look at the Green Deal a little bit with a more nuanced view. I mean, we could talk about temporal correlation now and those delegated acts. And try to be good on decarbonization, but don't be the best in class for all of the things. Yeah, try to give a little bit more of space for the industry. I think this is very relevant. Now, we have a manifesto that we have published a few weeks ago. We have 3 main pillars of the manifesto, and I don't want to bore you with all the details. But the one pillar is on the competitiveness of the clean tech and on the off-takers. One pillar is on infrastructure. an infrastructure. We are calling for a strategy on hydrogen storage. And we're also calling for a strategy on hydrogen grids. We have one recently on electricity grid. There is a very strong political push for getting power grids. We need the same for hydrogen grids, and we don't have it. I mean, we are working on hydrogen grid plans here and there, but politically there is not a strong consensus on how fast or how far we need to go on the hydrogen infrastructure. So we need that strategy behind to make sure that every step is not being questioned. And the third pillar is on the hydrogen market. Here we have Hydrogen Bank. I think, Arturo, you mentioned it. Very good. We need to expand this. This is a good instrument, but it's very little budget, so we need to push it further. Delegated acts, get the rules ready, but not too stringent. So all these elements make the market emerge faster. So this is our three-pillar wish list for the Commission, and we are making sure that they are reading it regularly.
Good recommendations. Boyana.
Very interesting. I cannot agree more with the other speakers in the panel. It's good to hear that in the manifesto that Daniel mentioned, there is a special role, of course, for the infrastructure on this perspective, and also hydrogen storage. I think the next Commission and next term for sure needs to be much more realistic in terms of the industry. 2024 is going to be really a decisive year in shaping, let's say, Europe's energy future. It is indeed the biggest global election in the history of the elections. I don't know if you're aware, but there will be 4 billion people will go to the poll and have the right to go to the election in 9th of June. So as we approach these European Parliament elections, it is really important and imperative that we translate everything that we were discussing so far and all the ambitions on the decarbonization goals into a very concrete action. So last year, what we were doing was indeed to agree on the hydrogen and the decarbonized gas market package, as it was mentioned, and now it's really the time to enter on the implementation phase and to moving from the concept to reality. It is a very big question on a strong political leadership, because the leadership is, let's say, everything that translates all this vision into being something more realistic and practical. And I would also like to emphasize the 3 pillars for this to be successful. From our side, for sure, I will start with the importance of having the standards for the gas quality and also for the purity of hydrogen. The second thing is to have harmonized rules for the, let's say, the cross-border transport and also for interoperability. And the third thing, which I already mentioned and many of the colleagues in the panel mentioned, the regulatory stability. The fact that there is a need also to have a very clear financial kind of environment, because this is what every investor is looking for, and it's really what the investors are needed. And only this way, when you have a clear investment and also financial financial and also regulatory stability, is something that can ensure the efficient and successful ramp up of the hydrogen market. So our role, let's say, as an industry is really to keep the efforts which were put forward to raising awareness of the role that we are having as an infrastructure, for sure. So here it's important to mention that the infrastructure can become the energy backbone of Europe's future. So we are always showcasing our important role in these regards. And it's just now the hands of the policymakers to allow us to really to unlock the full potential that we are having as an infrastructure for this climate neutrality to really become a reality. So let's hope that this implementation will happen in the best possible way.
Okay, I'm sure they are listening.
I hope so.
I'm sure. Thank you very much, Boyana, Joan, Daniel. I hope this first roundtable had been interesting for you. And now we have a coffee break. and come back at 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bueno, encantado.
Well, Welcome back after the coffee break. We continue with an interesting talk entitled Towards the Next Generation of Industry Standard for Hydrogen Transport by Dr. Daniel Sandana, a principal engineer and subject matter expert at Rosen. And then we have the second roundtable entitled The Challenges on the Development and Sustainable Construction of Infrastructures, moderated by Maurizio Zangrandi from SNAM. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Mrs. Chairman. I'm very happy to be here today and to have received the opportunity from Enagás to give you this presentation. I'm going to speak about something I think that a lot of you want to hear. Unfortunately, I've been given 15 minutes, apparently, so I will try to keep tight with the timing. And if there's any more questions, obviously you can ask me later. What I will be doing is discussing about an ongoing industry initiative that we have been involved as Rosen for the development of a robust industry standard for the safe transportation of hydrogen in pipelines. Okay, so I think it's fair to say that as an industry, as engineers, we love, I dare to say, hiding behind the use of standards, because obviously we want to address regulatory compliance, but at the same time it gives us that feeling of professional safety and professional security. Okay, but there is really a key question that we always have to keep asking ourselves is how safe is really your standard? We have to remember that a lot of our natural gas industry standards were built the hard way. They were built on incidents, on blood. And we have to acknowledge that when it comes to the repurposing of pipelines to hydrogen, but also the use of hydrogen pipelines to much higher utilization limits, our industry remains relatively immature. So we have to apply due diligence where required. But at the same time, we want to ensure our codes remain practical. We want to address relax conservatism where possible by the use of the industry experience, by the use of other industry experience where applicable, but also with the use of good engineering judgment and the use of good data from reliable research programs. And finally, we want those standards to be economical to our industry. Looking at the current landscape in terms of hydrogen pipeline transportation, the leading existing standards when it comes to the design and operation of hydrogen pipelines remain the ASME B31.12. This standard was first issued in 2008. There were 4 revisions on the standard, and the latest revision was issued in 2023. What's interesting in this to note is that this standard, or the committee, the B31.12 committee, from its first inception, was mainly comprised of experts from the hydrogen industrial gas industry. And there was very limited involvement, input from the natural gas operating pipeline companies. And that until 2023, when the B31.8 hydrogen committee task group was then created and formed. And around the periphery of BT31.12, there has been more industry standards that were lately issued. And I think it's fair to say that a lot of the standards still take the basis from BT31.12 more or less explicitly. Now, it's fair to say that, because of the rapidly increasing focus on hydrogen pipelines, but also on the amount of industry cross-research underway, those standards have not managed to keep the pace of current knowledge. Okay? And on the top of that, BT31.12 has significant gap and conservatism issues when it comes to demonstrate fitness for service for pipeline repurposed in hydrogen. So to keeping in mind the fact that the standards were not able to keep the pace with the changing knowledge environment, there have been, let's say, front-runner initiatives on a regional level in Europe and in Australia to develop guidelines, practices to help operators being able to address the topics of design, operation, and repurposing for hydrogen pipelines. One other key front that is really the purpose of my discussion today is that in 2023, I could see my screen was a bit cut there. In 2023, the ASME enlisted the Emerging Fuel Institute to create a new exception hydrogen chapter as part of the umbrella of the ASME B31.8 standard. The EFI Institute is part of PRCI, the Pipeline Research Council International Association. And the research is really geared towards the safe transportation and storage of our assets for the next generation of emerging fuel sources. I think at the minute there's around 21 active members, and there's currently 33 active projects under the umbrella of the EFI. Now, to ensure there was a good harmonious integration of the hydrogen chapter within the ASME B31.8 code, the development of the chapter kept the language, the style, the structure, and the number of the clauses from B31.8. Okay? So it means that effectively B31.8 clauses remain applicable, but within the chapter there will be, respective to each clause, a deviation or an exception if applicable. And there were 6 topics that were identified as needed very detailed review at the start of the project. Those ones were mainly design, materials and welding, operational and maintenance, and obviously repurposing. So this chapter will be available to all the different EFI members, but also different stakeholders that were used for the review of this chapter. And it will be, the target will be that the chapter will be integrated for issue within ASME at the next revision time in 2026. Because of our company involvement in, let's say, a front-runner industry collaboration initiatives from EPRG, for example, Rosen was actually commissioned by the EFI to develop this exception hydrogen chapter. And we leverage basically all the different resources and expertises that are available in our company and that cover the umbrella of the pipeline integrity management framework. And then this knowledge was channeled through a team of subject matter experts, including Simon Slater, Neil Gallon, and myself, which then actually developed this hydrogen chapter. But it was obviously important for us to ensure that consensus was guaranteed through collaboration. And our first point of reliance in terms of discussion, debate, review was EFI members that was comprised of the different key companies that you're seeing on this slide. So once we finished that internal review process with the EFI members, the chapter was then shared with the external stakeholders, which were comprised of a key industry committees, so API 5L, the Canadian Association Industry Standard, and API 1104. And as far as I discussed, we have received all the comments from those different committees, and we are reviewing those comments. And also, one point that I need to also emphasize, because we wanted to make sure that the ASME standard was not too much tainted from the American region, we had to make sure that we received comments from the EPRG and the APGA, so we get a good representation from the different regional and geographies opinions. And also this project involved the key industry experts that developed the early standards of BTR 2.8, but so the new supplement of hydrogen within the hydrogen standard. And we also involved a key industry expert when it comes to the materials or degradation in hydrogen. So it shows you really the breadth of this project to really come with something that is strong and robust in terms of a hydrogen standard. Some key points. I'm looking at the time and I can see I'm running already a lot behind. I'm not going to cover every point. I mean, this project has lasted 6-7 months. There's been a lot of good discussions. I will highlight some points to you. And I think one of the key points we really wanted to emphasize across the development of this chapter was really to put a real emphasis on engineering critical assessment and FINOS for service, because it provides you the most robust way to qualify the safety of your pipelines in hydrogen. And that really commensurately with your asset specificities, material specificities, with the condition of your assets in terms of the type of defects and the size of your defects, but also commensurately to the type of operational envelopes you want to target. And that's really trying to allow to go away from any engineering prescriptive criteria to tackle conservatism, but also to tackle safety if you want to stress your assets to higher stress operational limits. We also acknowledge on the importance of hydrogen testing. All the different pipelines will behave differently, okay? There's no real material equivalence, and you need to understand your materials, and you need to understand how your materials behave in hydrogen. When it comes to repurposing, fitness for service will be even more important because of the presence of historical defects. But what is really going to be really key with repurposing will be to really understand your materials and your well population, so you can then qualify them in terms of the hydrogen performance, okay? And that notion of population will give you the alternative to move away from that prescriptive criteria of 1 month sampling as per the BTR 2.12. And the standard will give you technology guidelines, but engineering criteria as well to be able to define those different populations. As per we stand today, there's still a lot of ongoing debates and technical gaps, okay? I put them onto the key ones, I put them on that slide. We are involved in some of them, for example, on the review of the fitness assessment criterion when it comes to some of those key defects. I'm not going to go much more in details. Those points are still under discussion, but if you want to discuss further about it, you're welcome. Conclusions, I can see I hit 0. Every pipeline is different, and we really have to consider we have to treat every pipeline with a holistic integrity management approach. And that's really by using good industry approach, robust industry approach, by using fitness for service. And I think I'll have to stop here. So thank you very much for your attention.
First of all, welcome to this debate, and thank to the Enagás friends for inviting me to host this, to manage this roundtable. I've received a strong order from two nice ladies here on my right, asking to take time in order to allow to put the chair on the stage, so I will speak very, very slowly, because they look strong, so I will take time. In any case, we are going to focus on the challenges on the development and sustainable construction of infrastructure, specifically those aiming at utilizing hydrogen as an energy carrier. Hydrogen can represent a cleaner alternative to natural gas, but its production and distribution shall be carried out in a suitable way to avoid negative impact on the environment. Today's debate provides a platform for experts and stakeholders to discuss these challenges. Let's begin I received the message that I had taken enough time, so let's begin our discussion, and let me introduce my fellow panelists. Please come. The last chair. The second one. I leave the floor to Dr. Marion Erdelen-Peppler, Global Director for Hydrogen from the Rosen Group.
Where is the... Thank you. Very good. Yes, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the privilege of being number one, so everybody else will have to work with what I've already been showing. I am going to open up the floor with a view on the hydrogen transmission system, which we will see in future. And I have a Rosen hat on, but I also have an EPRG hat on, and with a little bit of a smile on my face, I've seen EPRG on the board already, and I've seen a backpack somewhere here. There's only one thing I have to strongly disagree with, and I can't see Daniel over there. There you are. It's not a regional initiative, it's a European initiative. But other than that, I'm fully aligned with what you were saying. So what we are about to do right now is large. The energy transition in itself is huge. It's really a very big thing. And as such, it has to be treated as what it is. And it's not just a little bit of I'm not going to transport oil today, I'm doing gas or I'm doing water or whatever. It's huge because it's more than the transportation. And because of that, I've been having a look at what the overall situation tells us. And this is a nice picture I've taken from, I think it was the International Energy Agency, the idea of that. And that is, what do we have to do to make the whole thing happen? And of course, I'm going to focus this on the pipelines. The physical infrastructure is already mentioned there, so that's a huge benefit of what we're doing because it's already there. we can actually make use of something which exists, and that is one very large benefit. But also you see somewhere in there that there is a large need, because it's such a huge thing, to actually collaborate and cooperate. And that's also one thing which, for instance, EPRG and all the other names which you've seen there are already about. This is nothing that one company is going to solve on its own. It's a huge thing. The resources have to be managed. The results have to be brought together. We have to synchronize the activities and move together. Otherwise, it's just going to create hassle, and we don't want this, and we can't actually use this. So organizations play an important role nowadays, maybe more than in the normal times, and this is why I liked your already mentioning of EPRG, and this is why I thought, although I'm wearing a Rosen hat today, I will just mention this shortly. It's a very crucial factor in the overall thing which we're about to do. I've put some cost graphs up here. What I was actually looking for was more the CO2 footprint and not the cost, but obviously it goes together somehow, so I thought I would use this to explain what I'm about to say. I already mentioned that we can make use of an asset which is there. And because it's there, when we can make use of it, we have a reduced footprint in what we're doing there. So apart from the cost benefit, which is trivial, at the same time, by reusing the network, we're also reducing the carbon footprint of all of these activities. And that's something we should not leave about stressing to other people also, those which might not be so much on our route, by really stressing that point that reusing or continuously using an existing asset, that is the most sustainable thing you can actually do. That is a very strong argument. And steel, I have a long steel background, steel does not have an end date of its life, and you all know it as operators. If you treat it well, and you know what you're doing to it, it can last endlessly. And so why shouldn't we make it last much longer than we might initially have planned for? So behind me, you can see all of the benefits of using pipelines to transport hydrogen, and you can see some financial benefits, which, like I said, if you can make use of the existing assets, which go along with a sustainability aspect to it. The role of pipelines, so what you see behind me is a little bit of a sketch of what a pipeline could be, and the bits and pieces that you see there sort of highlight that when you repurpose a pipeline, it has a pre-life, so to speak. It's not the virgin, pristine pipeline which you put into the grid at some moment in time. It has a pre-life, and you have to take care of that, but it's doable. But you have to have it in, you have to take it into account as something which Daniel also mentioned just now. And when you do that, you can safely convert a pipeline. But what I'm about to say also holds true for new build pipelines, which is also the topic of the panel today. So you can then convert your pipeline. You have to pay attention to what you're doing. You have to understand what you're doing. And not every gap is closed by now, in my opinion. There are still gaps out there which need to be closed, but we will be able to close them. I don't have any doubt about that. And then you can convert the pipeline, and then you can also safely operate it, which I think is something which will be discussed on a later panel. So by making use of that asset, which has been transporting, let's say, mainly gas up to now, we already have a large advantage. Now, the next question is, when we then move forward into the transport of hydrogen, is that new? And the answer is no, it's not new either. There are already a lot of existing pipelines. This is only the number of Europe. I've taken the European number, obviously, 1,600 kilometers. There's 2,500 kilometers in the United States. So these have been in operation for decades, and to my knowledge, there are not a lot of issues with them. So does that mean that we're sort of done? Well, I've actually already answered it before. We're not done yet. There are still some questions, because these are onshore pipelines. They are mainly small diameter pipelines. Some of them have special materials, but not most of them. And they are operated at a very low pressure. All of that, of course, is not good enough for what we're planning on doing. When you transport energy, you need the high pressure, you need the large volume. You can't do with this concept of transporting hydrogen. So there is still a gap to be closed. And again, that is also doable. It's just taking care of the asset in the same way like it's always been done. This here is the Rosen idea of how we think that integrity management should be dealt with. It's our integrity management framework, and it basically looks the same whether you transport gas or oil or hydrogen or whatever else. It's the same way of looking at the world. And you start with the left-hand side, and that's a threat analysis, and that is going to be different now. When we have hydrogen in the system, we have a gas in there. It's a gas, basically, so many things do still apply. But we have a gas which has very special features to it. So the speed, the velocity will be higher than of natural gas. It will influence material properties. Daniel already highlighted that. That is a very large difference to what we've been seeing before, and we need to take care of that. We really have to understand that. And there are a lot of ongoing research projects right now which are looking at the impact of hydrogen onto a pipeline system. Not only the small scale and the lab tests, but even that sometimes gives some questions because you find results which you don't fully understand. But I think it's fair to say that most of these lab testing activities have been done and are pretty well understood. But the next step is going to be to take that lab information and apply it to the pipeline, and that's a different animal, and everybody who's been in that business knows that pretty well. You need to bridge that, and that bridge is not completed yet. EPRG, for instance, is currently running some full-scale tests. It's a project which is ongoing now nominally for a long time because it was so difficult, but factually for some months now. And we have been seeing some results there which have posed the one or the other question mark into the one or the other face. Nothing which is not solvable, but we have to understand this fully, and we have to take precautions there not to speed things up too much. So while we need to keep up at speed, that's obviously, the world is waiting for it, but we still need to understand and do the due diligence before we actually take the next steps. And that's the left-hand side, extremely important. And then when you look further at the system, you will understand your threats. And like before, you might see some cracks in your pipeline, and they will grow now. That will be one of the differences. These will now start to grow, and you will have to keep them under control. This is what we're trying to find out in that full-scale test, and this is what needs to be fully understood. And in order to monitor them, I think monitoring will play a crucial role. You will probably end up with having to do inspections, and these are also not that standard way of doing things as we always did it before. So there is some work which is on our end now as Rosen to be done there to have everything prepared for hydrogen inspections with the floor sizes which are needed and everything else on the technical side which is needed, have that in place when we actually see the hydrogen in the system. This is still some work to be done there. In general, it's understood. In general, it's doable. But again, there are still some gaps there which still need to be closed. And then once you've left that step behind you, you're almost into a normal procedure. You will want to monitor whether your assumptions were okay or not, and then you will go into a normal procedure. So these are the things which need to be closed. And what I've not mentioned yet, I said it initially, the existing pipelines are onshore. And obviously in Spain, you know that things also will go offshore. Again, that's a different animal, and that will have its own questions. And I think one of my next speakers is going to touch upon that. So yeah, these are the things which we need to look at. These are the important things. What we have here is an opportunity. You all know that guy behind me. Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. And I think we all can agree on that. It's a great opportunity for all of us. And with that, I'm going to close my short speech here.
Thank you, Marion. You perfectly respect the time. And it was a really interesting presentation. I leave the floor to Robert English, Manager Subsea and Export Systems from the Wood Group.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. And good morning. And very pleased to be here. My talk covers much of the ground we've already discussed with regard to codes and standards and the state of the industry, etc. But I'll try and put a bit more emphasis on my area of expertise, which is looking at the specific design of offshore pipelines. For many years, I always told my friends that I worked in the oil and gas industry. Politically now, you have to say the energy industry. And there's been a revitalization in the industry recently. We're having to deal with the transport of both large molecules, carbon dioxide, and small molecules, hydrogen, which is giving us a load of new challenges. Again, going around the industry experience, picking up on what Marion says about the existing infrastructure for hydrogen is far, far smaller than oil and gas by a factor of 500. Incredibly, I've actually got the same length of onshore pipeline as Marion had in her slide. I assume we probably got the same references in there. And as previous speakers have said, the vast majority of these pipelines, well, in fact, all pipelines have been onshore and have been designed using fairly low-strength steels up to a grade X52 at relatively low stress levels. And this is, to a large extent, dictated by general factors of safety, pipelines near population centres, etc., which is fairly standard for the onshore industry. And carrying on name-checking for the previous speakers, Daniel gave a very good talk there about codes and standards. And again, I would repeat a lot of what he's been saying, how the industry is trying to adapt, trying to develop all, bring all the standards, close those gaps, and again, as Marion was saying, of where we stand with hydrogen. A lot of the existing lines onshore, we've got away with a fairly standard approach because it's low stress, relatively low strength steels. But particularly going offshore, there is a big gap there, which is covered. In terms of, code development, probably the biggest initiative from the offshore perspective, which I come from, is with regard to the DNV joint industry project at the moment, which is planned to develop an offshore standard complementary to the existing DNV standards, planned for issue in 2025. Just going on, looking at the technical aspects, again, probably preaching to the converted here, the actual issues surrounding the problems with hydrogen. It's a small molecule, gets into the steel, causes hydrogen embrittlement. Effectively, this is resulting in reduction of fracture toughness, reduced fatigue life. Even in small concentrations, it has a dramatic effect. 1% hydrogen is shown through testing to have a pretty similar result to 100% hydrogen. Some inhibitors can reduce that to a certain extent. But when it comes to things like fatigue, it can have an order around about a factor of 100 difference transporting hydrogen compared with natural gas. So looking at the key challenges offshore, as I say, onshore, everyone's been fairly comfortable working with low stress levels, moderate strength steels. Offshore, we're used to working in an environment with high stress levels. We're in a remote environment. We want to use high strength steels wherever we can. Particularly, as I say, my background, a lot of time looking at deep water applications. We are using steel grades up to X70. Obviously, these are far more susceptible to impact of hydrogen operating on. Hence, all the research ongoing, which we've been talking about. Need to think of what are the factors we have to look at with regard to offshore pipeline design. The first thing is the actual installation of it, the laying of pipelines. We lay these pipelines under high tensions. We induce high stress levels straight away. They're subject to fatigue loading, vessel motions, currents, waves, even as you're deploying it off the back of the lay vessel. Once laid on the seabed, there's issues around stability under the action of waves and currents. Pipelines are spanning down there. You get vortex shedding-induced vibration, again, which are causing a lot of fatigue issues. And as a result, we need to be working all the time with tighter and tighter tolerances on defect criteria and the inspection regime we need to apply, both through the material specification in the pipe mill and in the offshore welding. So it's really critical. The industry is, we are driving towards coming up with smaller and smaller allowable defects, which are very difficult to detect as well through engineering criticality assessment, etc. So there is a huge challenge for us in the offshore market in looking at and in getting all these factors together to come up with a new, robust design and construction standard we can work with. The industry is very much on board with this. We're doing a lot of work with Enagás on a number of areas, both looking at repurposing and new pipeline infrastructure the whole time to try and bring the standards up to a level of what we need to meet the industry going forward. I think echoing the points we've said, which have been raised previously, we're not there yet. There are gaps There's a lot of work going on, and it's great that we have operators such as Enagás and everybody else really actively supporting that market. And I do believe that in time, and with the general support of the industry and the enthusiasm of the industry, that's the other thing which we need to remember. People are very much invested in this now. We've done all the oil and gas. This is a new market for us. It does get our juices flowing. It is a market we want to be in, and I'm really pleased to be able to support it, and to thank you all for having the opportunity to present on this today. So really, in summary, my last slide there, it is just emphasizing what's been said before. The level of understanding is improving all the time. There's a lot of focus going on H2 conversion work. I haven't talked so much about that, more about the new build side of things, but certainly picking up what Marion said, that's a key issue. And we are just getting close to coming up with the definitive standards to move forward into developing this exciting market. So I actually think I'm finishing slightly early there, if that's all right. So
yeah, it's okay. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. I leave the floor to Christian Brotel, Head of Sales Industry and Midstream from the MAN Group.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Enagás for inviting us. Today I will talk about hydrogen compression, which is one of the topics which was discussed earlier this morning. We have a holistic approach when it comes to hydrogen compression. From the production side, where we have electrolyzer, the transport, storage, transformation to ammonia or syngas, liquefaction. Today, again, I will talk more about the upper part, the transport and storage. And I will start with an introduction, apologize, I'm an engineer, about the effect of hydrogen for compressors. Hydrogen is a very light gas, meaning that you need a lot of energy to compress it against CO2, for example, which is very heavier. That means that we need to have a higher power in order to generate a higher pressure ratio, the more we have hydrogen in natural gas. So this is a comparison. And on the right side, you see the first curve with 0% hydrogen, and then we go with 5%, and what you see is as the compressor map is shrinking with increasing the hydrogen content. And if you go with 10%, it's shrinking furthermore, and if you go with the 20%, you see that the compressor map is much more smaller. So what we need on the compressor side is basically to bring more pressure ratio, to increase the head, which is the amount of energy we need to increase the pressure of a compressor. This is basically the challenge for turbo compressors. There are different ways and means to do that, and this is what I will show into the next slides. We had a motto, so hydrogen is today, I like it, I really love it. We had a motto which was called Future Powered by Experience. And this is exactly what we're doing when it comes to hydrogen compression. We have decades of experience, more than 60 years of compressing hydrogen. We have hundreds of reference in compressing hydrogens, also for pretty high pressures. We know how to design compressor for hydrogen, for 100% hydrogen. In terms of materials, in terms of design factors, we heard about embrittlement in terms of choosing the right component for that. The future, blending is already a requirement from all transport operator, up to 20%, and this is standard. There's no need to change or to adapt the compressor. What we have, and I will show that in the next slide, is we have a very significant portfolio of product, and we have a very strong product development roadmap. The idea, again, is to increase the pressure ratio, to increase the head, and we will do that by having new impellers designed for high flow for the low molecular weight gases. We will have also on the material suitability, we know it. There are some new components for the compressors, Hoffim type, Mopico type, which all of the H2GAR except one, this is my challenge, already own and operate. But basically to check the material suitability on the magnetic bearing of that compressor. And we are also doing, for the conventional compressor, checking with the supply chain, the suppliers, having higher speed for the gearbox, higher speed for the drag seal, higher speed for the coupling, and so on. So we are checking not only the compressor, but basically the whole compression train. Good. The future. The future of hydrogen is today, and we also have seen it in the last 4 years, where all of the pipeline operators in Europe, but also worldwide, have asked us not only presentation about the product capabilities, but more also in terms of machinery selection, because hydrogen, pure hydrogen, will have a clear impact on the compressor. The good news is that when we are talking about onshore pipeline, the pressure ratio will be 2. This is basically what the average shows here. That would be on the lower right end. This is pipeline duties, pressure ratio below 2. If we would consider offshore, was also mentioned before, pressure ratio will be bigger because the pipeline distance is very long, so we need to increase the pressure much higher in order to have the gas to flow through the pipe. But what you see here as well is storage, again, comparable to natural gas with pressure ratio between 3 and 4. Where you see the high pressure is when we're talking about feeders, which in our world is a compressor we put downstream of an electrolyzer, be it an alkaline one or a PEM one. The feeders or the feeders to an ammonia production plant. And there the pressure ratio are quite big, and for that we use compressors that also have a very high pressure ratio. I will not go too much into the detail here, but basically we have 4 products where we are focusing on. This is today's technology. Again, we have a product roadmap. I'm writing here basically what the product can do. Again, this is in terms of pressure ratio what the compressor can do. The panel is to talk basically about the challenges. I put this slide where I show basically a transition which has already started, and we know from the discussion we have with customer what it should be in 2040, 2050. So we are talking about millions non-cubic meter of hydrogen which will be transported. And what is not clear to us is basically how we're going to ramp up from a zero infrastructure to 100% hydrogen backbone infrastructure. They will have a serious impact not only on the compressor manufacturer, on the pipeline providers, but on the whole supply chain. If you consider against natural gas to transport the same amount of energy with hydrogen, you will need minimum 3 times more volume flow. So we discussed this morning, the diameter of the pipe will be bigger. And the other part below the iceberg is the power consumption. Against natural gas, if you compress the same amount of energy with a compressor, you will need 3.5 times more power. When we are talking about hydrogen backbone, millions of non-cubic meter, we are talking about compressor station that will have 100 plus megawatts. You need to bring that power to the plant. And ABB, and I had a discussion with OGE a few weeks ago, they are telling me the high voltage transformer to bring the voltage down to medium voltage, 2 years ABB, OG says me 4 years. So the supply chain will be the big challenge, not the compressor. So I'm already finished. The message is we use the same compressor technology as we do since 50 years. We will bring new features to that. We are committed to provide compact. The idea is very simple. Today we need 2 compressors to make pressure ratio of 2. We will be ready to have 1 compressor that can do the same pressure ratio. We talk about green hydrogen. Green hydrogen means also a very high fluctuation in terms of volume flow. All the customers are talking between 10% minimum flow and 100%. This will have an impact on the number of compressors, the redundancy which we will need. That's why we all in the industry will develop modules which will follow the ramping up of the hydrogen. And last but not least, we talked also about greenhouse gases emissions, which will also come for hydrogen. They are already here, more or less, for methane. And here it will favor definitely MOPICO, HOFIM technology, which is a zero emission compression technology, no fugitive emission with that. And with that, I apologize for the delay, and I thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I leave the floor to Andrea Fragonara, Sales Manager, H2 and Circular, and AER.
Morning to everybody. It was a perfect introduction because now we are talking about another technology to compress hydrogen that are the reciprocating compressor. I'm working for Neumann Esser, which is, we will see today a really short company introduction, our hydrogen value chain, some design input, design data to design the reciprocating compressor, the impact in the suction condition that is mainly related to compressor for electrolyzer application, the hydrogen compressor pipeline, and the hydrogen compressor for salt cavern. I prepared mainly some real example of compressors that are suitable nowadays. So Neumann Esser is a company that's been founded in the 1891, so almost 200 year experience. We are 30 companies worldwide, 160 employees, 500 million revenue, and we are compressing hydrogen since the 80% of our reciprocating compressor is in hydrogen application, and in our portfolio we have reciprocating compressor, diaphragm compressor, hydraulic-driven compressor, electrolyzer, integrated solutions. So hydrogen is our business since decades. Here we have a value chain where are well represented our product with the hydrogen production for hydrogen production and all the compressor for mobility and for pipeline and salt cavern storage. Some input data. What's important to design a reciprocating compressor? Huge reciprocating compressor for hydrogen application are mainly the rotating speed and the average speed for the piston. Increasing if we want to have a non-lubricated compressor in hydrogen application, increasing the pressure, we have to reduce the piston speed in order to allow a constant wearing of the wear parts and not to have a fast wearing. So we will need 4 meters per second up to 100 bar, which is quite normal, 3 meters per second from 100 to 180, and 2.5 meters per second from 180 and 250 bar, with max piston diameter of 1.4, and we need a flow control system that will be really flexible to follow the pipeline request. Here we will see an application and comparison of the same compressor, the same electrolyzer. We hypothesize a 200 megawatt electrolyzer, keeping constant the flow and the discharge pressure of 80 bar, so the classic injection in pipeline. We will change the suction pressure based on the electrolyzer technology, and we will see the impact on the reciprocating compressor. Here it is, okay. Here is the first example with the 1 bar suction, typical alkaline electrolyzer. We will have an 8 crank compressor, means that we will have 8 piston, very huge piston, as you can see from the picture. That's 1.4 meter, 5 stages compressor, and of course it's hydrogen is saturated with water, so we will have condensation between stages, and the low suction pressure leads to very big cylinder diameter that are quite not loaded, because we can see that we will have a dry power of 7.5 megawatt. That is only 30% of the available frame size. The bare compressor unit you will see there is 240 tons per compressor. So it's very, very huge machine. That's only three of the 8 cylinders that are on this compressor. With the same data, if we will move to 30 bar, which is a typical PEM electrolyzer, we will have only 2 cranks compressor. In this case, it's a vertical configuration with 1 stage compression. Of course, we will have less water to be removed, and the bare compressor weight is only 20 tons, and the absorbed power is 1.7 megawatts. So, of course, there's no the perfect solution. Here we have the comparison of the 4 mainly pressure for the electrolysis. The main data that I would like to show you is not only the power, but the bare unit tons. So we will move from 240 tons to 60 tons. That means that the compressor will be really smaller, and the needed layout footprint will be quite smaller as well. Here we have the pipeline compressor. We did a simulation for a 10-inch pipeline, 50 meters per second, from 40 to 90 bar recompressing, and 200,000 normal cubic meter per hour. The compressor is around 7 megawatt absorbed power, and the compressor weight is 100 tons. In this case, it's a vertical configuration that is perfect with 1 compressor to feed the 10-inch pipeline. But if we are thinking about, larger pipeline in this case, when we are talking about million normal cubic meters per hour, the challenge is different. Because with 1 single compressor, we can compress 650,000 normal cubic meter per hour, means that for a pipeline, we need 5 of this compressor installed in parallel, so 5 compressors of 240 tons each, and means that we will have more than 100 megawatt absorbed power, because each compressor is around 22 megawatt, and we will need something around 200 meter by 50 meter as plant layout dedicated only for the compressor station. That's quite huge space request compared to the high-speed machine, but we have some advantage as well with the reciprocating compressor. This is a simulation we did for a salt cavern storage compressor, a real project in the north of Europe, that is from 40 to 200 bar compressor with a variable pressure that is from 30 to 80, and able to compress a variable flow from 200 to 48,000 normal cubic meter per hour, with a shot power that is variable from 14 to 16 megawatt, and is again our biggest compressor, the 240 tons compressor. Each compressor will require a space of 30 by 30 meters around, plus some accessory that normally are needed. So, summarizing, the reciprocating compressor are quite good for hydrogen and are historically used for hydrogen because not suffering molecular weight and not suffering low molecular weight means that we are very efficient with an efficiency around the 80%. That is quite important for the OPEX calculation for a 30-40 years operating of the compressor. Are perfectly controllable and adjustable for volatile and flexible operation because we can have a flow control from 20% to 100%, even if probably it's not needed to go so low with the flow control, and these have high purity for the hydrogen that is sometimes requested, and we can offer the required pressure and flow rate because you saw with 1 compressor are 650,000 normal cubic meter per hour and are proven for this transition of fossil fuel economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. I leave the floor to Francesco Bini, Hydrogen Solution Architect from Baker Hughes Group. Francesco, you have 2-3 minutes additional since your colleague said
I will try to be short anyhow. So, first of all, thanks also from my side for the invitation to be here. Great opportunity to be part of this event today. And good morning, everybody. So, I will start with some page of history, just to tell that today in the hydrogen space, we are not pioneers. We found this in our Nuova Opinione archive in Florence, so picture of combustion engine and hydrogen compressor manufactured more than 100 years ago. So we are not pioneers today, but now come back to the present. If we look at overall the hydrogen value chain, we see that from production to transportation and utilization, compressor is, of course, one of the key technology because at the end, hydrogen is a gas. And at the same time, also, combustion could be an interesting technology in the utilization of the green hydrogen for power generation purposes. The good point is, as also mentioned by the other people that talked before me, that it's not a novelty to compress hydrogen. So there is a strong background in the industry, especially in the refinery and petrochemical business, where hydrogen is one of the main feedstocks. So this is why, as BKUs, we have more than 2,000 units installed worldwide. So it's consolidated technology. But to understand which are the challenges today, we need to understand how the role of hydrogen is changing in the industry. So the background is oil and gas application, where traditionally the hydrogen has been used as a feedstock for the processes. Has been used in refinery and petrochemical plant with utilization limited to the plant, and typically is produced in the same plant with steam methane reforming technology. Is well regulated, so if we look at the design code for the compressor, we find in the specific API 617, API 618, we find specific regulation to address the hydrogen in terms of metallurgy of the compressors. So something very consolidated. Today, which is the difference? So hydrogen will not be only a feedstock, but an energy carrier. Hydrogen will be produced with renewable power, so different kind of production, different level of production in terms of fluctuation, and will be produced in a remote site compared to where it will be used. So we have the need to build an infrastructure to transport the hydrogen in a convenient way, and to make the hydrogen available not only at the refinery and petrochemical plant, but also to other kind of industrial users, or even to, for example, domestic use. Why not? There is a necessity so to have a storage to manage the fluctuation, and there is a necessity to have new standards for the quality of the hydrogen. That also this point is in some way addressing the design and the development of the compressors, because we need to have no pollution from the compressor to the gas. Let's go a little bit in detail in our available technology. In particular, we see 4 main challenges for the compression equipment. The first is the very large volumetric flow that we expect to be compressed compared to a traditional refinery. If we look, for example, a pipeline of hydrogen, as we are discussing today, but also large production facility like gigawatt scale electrolyzers. We have necessity for very high pressure application. If we think at storage, 500 bar tube trailers. If we think at mobility, 700 bar for cars. We have requirement to have oil-free compressors to meet the purity level. And last but not least, as already mentioned, is having compressor capable to deal with high fluctuation of the input. In particular, today I will address the large volumetric flow issue that I believe is the main novelty if we consider a 100% H2 pipeline. For this case, we have today available centrifugal compressor technology. It's a technology that we call high pressure ratio compressor that we started to develop in 2009 for natural gas application, so completely different scenario. With the purpose to increase the pressure, the head for each casing of compressor to reduce the size of the compressor in the offshore platform. Actually, this is a very good technology for the hydrogen, as explained before, due to the very low molecular weight. So we need to increase the head, and this technology allows to increase the head. It is still a API 617-based compressor. The core of this design is the architecture of the rotor that is based on a stacked architecture. So they allow to increase the speed of the machine by 50% compared to traditional technology. So if we compare with the traditional between bearing centrifugal compressor that operating with pure hydrogen can develop a pressure ratio that is in the range of 1.3, 1.4, and I'm talking about dry hydrogen. Our technology today can increase this pressure ratio per casing up to 2. So it seems a small step, but if we look at any specific case, we see that this means that we reduce the number of compressors by 50%, basically. So this is what we have today. Next step, still ongoing. We are continuing our research and development to be able to further increase this potential pressure ratio. One point to say about this technology, metallurgy is based on reference material. So we are using the same material compliant with API 617 requirement for hydrogen application that we have used in the past for refinery application, for ammonia application. So it's a reference material. Just to have an example, this is a potential pipeline. So inlet pressure 60 bar, outlet 110 bar. We put the flow, but it's just for reference to see that it's a large flow suitable for centrifugal compressor. Let's consider to have in this table, the first column is 100% natural gas, then different level of blending up to 100% of hydrogen in the last column. So we compared the first line, that is the standard pipeline compressor technology used for natural gas, so with impeller designed for very high flow coefficient, very high efficiency, but low head because it's not needed for natural gas. With this technology, 3 impeller can manage the case for natural gas, but you see that increasing the blending level, we have an exponential increase of the number of impellers required within hydrogen content. So up to 28 impeller required for 100% hydrogen. This means basically that we need 5 compressors. So switching from natural gas to hydrogen, we move from 1 compressor to 5 compressors for the same duty in terms of pressure. I will go directly to the last line, that is our high pressure ratio compressor technology. This is designed with impellers with high head capability, lower flow coefficient, because for hydrogen we do not need very big flow coefficient. And so the natural gas case can be managed just with 1 impeller. And you see that for the 100% hydrogen, we arrive at 9. So 9 impeller we can fit in a single casing. So applying this technology for this level of pressures, we can keep the configuration of the compression equipment as it is for the natural gas. So the driver plus 1 compressor. Then, of course, as explained, it's a matter to understand how many trains in parallel are required to get the flexibility, to get the redundancy, and so on. To close, I would also like to spend very few words on the drivers, so on the gas turbines, just to say that burning hydrogen is not a novelty. We have experience with different blends of burning, especially in refineries, where you burn the off gas of the process, with hydrogen content even above 90%. We had one experience in 2009 with a gas turbine for power generation, 10 megawatt in Italy for a power plant, burning 100% hydrogen. And this has been for us a corner milestone because it has been the first approach to hydrogen in a time where hydrogen was not supposed to be an energy carrier. But anyhow, a good experience. Today, our frontrunner product is a Nova LT16 turbine. It's a 17 megawatt output gas turbine that can burn 100% hydrogen. We have tested in our shop the complete package running with 100% hydrogen. And this can burn both natural gas and hydrogen and any kind of blend, switching on the fly. So it is equipped with a blending system that can regulate the performance of the machine depending on the fuel composition. Important to mention other two parameters. So first is the emission. Today we can reach 15 ppm of NOx with catalytic reducer on the exhaust. In a couple of years, we will be able to meet the same level with the combustor, with the DLN combustor. Second point, this machine can be started 100% hydrogen. So if it is installed in a site where natural gas is not available, no issue, this machine can be started. Just to provide you the final figure, we have experience. So we started to deliver machinery for green hydrogen projects, both turbines and compressors. So still, we are not pioneers. So we started to build some references, and we hope that this could be like the first of a kind to replicate in the future. Conclusion, so technology is available, both compressors and turbines are available today, unreliable and tested, and can support the feasibility and the risking of the project because these are available technology. We are open to bet on this technology and to provide all the guarantees required. Thanks for the time. I was a little bit longer, sorry for
Francesco, I have a question for you.
Yeah?
In one of your slides, I saw a plant, Fusina plant.
Yes.
What is this plant?
This plant is
Can you go back to the slide?
Let me try if it is working. Anyhow, this is the experience I mentioned we had with 100% fueled gas turbine in north of Italy. So this was a plant where it was a PGT-10 turbine used for power generation. Based on 100% hydrogen fuel. This ran for a couple of years with no issues. Then it was stopped due to the fact that purchasing the hydrogen as a fuel was not anymore convenient. So the cost was too high for the hydrogen. But it was really good experience for us to test the technology with 100% hydrogen.
Thank you, Francesco.
Thank you.
I leave the floor to Carlos Gómez Montalvo, Sales and Marketing Director from Geostock.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to Enagás for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation a little bit back home in a way. Well, my topic is how to store large quantities of hydrogen. Most of you, I would guess, are already familiar with natural gas storage. So I will try to highlight the differences and the challenges ahead. Okay, first of all, why storing underground? I mean, it's related to quantity. When you want to store small quantities, it's available above ground. And then when you want to store larger quantities, it becomes very, very costly above ground. So you go underground to have availability of large quantities of storage. And you would see that as a good French company, I have used the Eiffel Tower as a symbol of what you can put inside a cavern. So you see the scales, 4 tons, 200 tons, 2,000 tons. If you go, we will see that later. To reservoir, it's still larger. So that's the basic. And with, let's say, the quantities that we are talking about with a full ecosystem of hydrogen, you would need those quantities. So here again, you would recognize something that you have seen for natural gas about the capacity versus discharge time or the speed of the storage. So let's say depleted and aquifer reservoir storage would be like seasonal slow storage. Salt cavern can be faster. Here you have rock cavern, which you don't have for natural gas storage, which capacity is smaller than salt, but it can be a speed tool, I would say, for storage. So here so now we come to the first example of storage, salt cavern. A lot of you would be quite familiar with a salt cavern with natural gas, because there are around 2,000 of them. There are already 6 salt caverns in the USA and the UK since 1972. A lot of you were not even born at the time. So let's say they did it because they didn't know it was difficult. So, and it's still in operation. There is no issue about that. So you know the advantages of salt. It's tied to hydrogen as it is to natural gas. You have possibilities, of course, depending on the availability of salt, which we don't control, we just evaluate. So you have the possibility of storing large quantities with high flow rate. And you can, and there are a lot of things going on at the time like that. You can convert existing salt caverns used for liquids or for natural gas to hydrogen. The challenges that you need to face is that, of course, geology does not always allow for salt caverns. Here you have a map of Europe about the possibilities. So you see that there is not everywhere. The water for leaching can be a challenge as well, and the brine disposal. So there are some projects going on in Europe, particularly nowadays in the States, with the IRA initiative going on over there. And there are, of course, some studies of a conversion. As we have seen, the natural gas would probably be on a downward trend, and so those caverns could be converted to hydrogen storage. Reservoir storage, second possibility, either depleted field or aquifers. Operation would be between 6 and 200 bar. Here it's for really large quantities of product. The thing is that there have been already some experiences of blends being stored, like in Belgium for town gas, but not really any hydrogen project. There are a few pilots with hydrogen injection in existing storage, like in Belgium, for instance, and there are a lot of studies going on. There is no technical showstopper about that. It's more economic than anything else. So one thing that is not mentioned here is one issue that is quite specific to hydrogen compared to natural gas, is the interaction between hydrogen and the life which is underground. It seems that there is a lot of life down there. 10% actual of the whole biomass is underground. And hydrogen is much more, let's say, interacts much more than natural gas with the life. So it's the only technical issue about reservoir storage. So a lot of people are looking into line rock cavern. This is different from natural gas. There is no similarity there is no project for natural gas. It's to take advantage of rock cavern, which exists today for liquid and LPG, but not for natural gas. And the availability of that kind of geology is more, let's say, more available in a lot of places. So there are a lot of studies going on. There is an actual project, industrial project in Scandinavia today. And so we are looking at that possibility because you can have it's a quantity of a few hundreds of tons to 1,000 or 2,000 tons, and it's an adequate quantity that cannot be taken care of above ground storage. So, and another interest of that kind of technology is that it can accommodate quite well the liquid the liquid carriers of hydrogen, ammonia, or liquid organic hydrogen carriers. For liquid hydrogen, it would be cold, so this is a little bit different, but a lot of people are working on liquid carriers, and a rock cavern could be a good point to store, particularly for imports from ship, because those products would be moved by boat. So Japan, for instance, works a lot on that. So if any of you has got €500 million in his bank account, what can you do with it? Well, Steve Jobs could have done that. So with €500 million, you can store 30,000 tons in reservoir, 11,000 in salt caverns, but let's say the quantities that are looked typically are much less than that. It's 2,000, 3,000 tons. With a rock cavern, it's 1,000. And so you can see with above ground storage is 250. So you see there is a lot of possibilities. So it's an appeal. If any of you have got €500 million to spend, I mean, you can spend very, very usefully there. So again, if you want to store hydrogen, I mean, and if there is salt nearby, I mean, there is no problem about it being possible. Of course, for reservoir, there is some work to be done still, and for rock cavern, there is more substantial developments to be done, but quite a few people are working on it. Well, thank you, and remember about $500 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Do you have some minutes left? 12? Okay. As a TSO representative, I have a question for all of you that represent a supplier. If we compare a standard natural gas turbine with an hydrogen-ready turbine, do we have to expect a difference in the cost? And do we have to expect a difference in the maintenance operation? It's up to you who want to answer.
I can take this if you want. So with reference to the cost, there is a slight cost impact on the package mainly, not on the engine of the turbine. So it's more the package around, I mean instrumentation, ventilation that needs to be suitable for hydrogen, that has some criticality compared to natural gas. So there is a small impact here. In terms of maintenance, with our technology, so with novelty, there is no impact. So the maintenance time is the same if we have natural gas or if we have hydrogen.
Christian, do you want to add something? Do you have an idea of the percentage of different costs that we can expect?
On gas turbines or compressors? Because I'm not a...
In your product.
With the compressors. We made a study about taking a pipeline station where we had a mix of gas turbine and electrical and only gas turbine. So the price difference depends on what kind of installed technology you have. But when it came to let's say replacing electrical with electrical, there was a quite high premium because again it was based upon the same amount of energy transport, so 3 times higher power, 3 times larger flow, and the premium was something like 25% to 30%.
And concerning the operation, do you expect maintenance of,
Again, the return of experience of the hydrogen compressor we have show that we don't have really a difference with natural gas.
Okay, thank you. And Andrea, concerning your product, do you see any differences between a standard product for natural gas and hydrogen ready?
But for us, it's not a matter of being hydrogen ready because we are doing the same. Our technology is a proven technology we are using since 15 years. So there's no conversion to us. Our technology is ready to use today. There's no any additional investment to do or research on it.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for your presentation. This debate has given us an overview of the challenges and the opportunities associated with the sustainable infrastructure and the hydrogen as an energy carrier. I think that it is crucial to cooperate and maintain an open sharing process. Through a joint effort, we can reach significant progress towards a clean and resilient transportation system for the future generation. Thank you again for inviting us, and thank you again for your presentation.
I'll try this way.
Yeah?
Good afternoon, everybody. Listening to the previous roundtable, it's clear that natural gas and hydrogen systems have similarities and some differences we have to take in account in order to design an effective life cycle of the new assets. During more than 50 years, the European TSOs have been managing in a really excellent way a huge portfolio of assets. We have continuously increased the efficiency, the sustainability, and the safety managing this kind of assets. We have get it because we have looked for the best practice for being implementing in any of the three main pillars we have for managing in an effective way a portfolio of assets: processes, technology, and the knowledge of the human team. Now we are just in a twin transition. This is not only a question of an energy transition with specific particularities of any of the new energy vector. We have to take in account an effective, a huge capacity digitalization that have to be implemented in parallel. In order to attend to these particularities of digital and technical issues, and the way we have to design a new portfolio of assets that just from the first moment when the first molecule of hydrogen began to be transported in the new pipelines, we, as a future HTNOs, want to get the same excellence. In order to this, 7 TSOs, 4 years ago, launched the H2GAR project, a really collaborative project that from the beginning grew with the participation of more TSO. Now, the main OMs, a part of them have been in this previous roundtable, are reinforcing our knowledge and have permitted us to identify the main technological gaps in any of the different phases of the life cycle of the future assets. Putting the focus on the maintenance, operating and maintenance phase, we have identified 4 main topics, 4 main challenges, 4 main uncertainties we want to solve. The first is an effective global digitalization. It's clear that in the beginning of the managing of the new assets, we are not going to have the same experience of the previous natural gas experience. So we have to maximize the use of all the data that came from the new assets in an effective way. An additional requirement, not only because of integrity, because of the amount of energy we need for manage the new assets. The other 3 topics are specific technical issues. Integrity, a part of the first roundtable, have announce the importance of this element, and additional elements like measurement and the management of the hydrogen leaks because of the impact of these leaks in environment and the safety in the management of the new assets. So, in order to go more in deep in all these topics, any of the 4 topics, I have the pleasure to welcome to, I think they are ready? Okay, welcome to the floor and share the floor with 4 representatives or 4 companies that have put the focus in any of them. Please, I welcome Henk Riezebos from DNB, Nerea Borja from the next Pangea, Pere Margalef from SNAM, and Helena Lapeyra from Pricewaterhouse.
Thank you.
Helena, Pere, Nerea, and Henk, thank you very much for sharing the floor with me. So the idea is to recover any of the topics. So we begin with the more transversal, the digital, and it's a pleasure to me to introduce Helena Lapeyra. She is a partner of Pricewaterhouse from 2011, and he has a huge experience in the energy sector. And currently, I had to read, sorry, is the Pricewaterhouse BIM Global Energy Advisory Leader. So, Helena, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, I can stand up, or I can do it. So, let's see if I'm able to move this. El verde, sí. Ahora. El verde, ya está. Vale. Sí. Thank you so much. So, first of all, I have to say that I think that the only economist in the room, so maybe my presentation is too generic, so I apologize beforehand, and hopefully it's not too generic, no? But before we jump into the digital operation and BIM, I would like to share with you an idea regarding how PwC sees everything regarding to energy transition infrastructure market. So, first of all, the investment done in the period of between 21 and 23 goes up to almost $1.8 trillion. And still, we need to triple this investment in order to reach the commitment of net zero by 2015. So, good news for everyone in this room. You are going to have plenty of work, and it's supposed to be the best funded sector, as well as the fastest growing market. So, good for you. But we have also not so good news, because from availability perspective, for all those committed and funded infrastructures and projects, it's confirmed that we do not have enough resource availability and talent. So this is going to be a real challenge for not only for players, but engineering, construction, manufacturers, companies. So we are seeing 2 different movements. Most of the companies are trying to adopt themselves, but by transforming their organizations and acquiring new capabilities throughout the value proposition of the company. But we are also seeing some companies trying to leverage the existing legacy systems, processes, etc., and we know that this is going to impact negatively on the total cost of ownership and the reliability of the infrastructure. So we see how there is a relevant group of energy transition leaders that do have some common characteristics regarding how to deploy CapEx. And let me go through very quickly through those points, because I think are relevant, because everything is interconnected, okay? So first thing, everything has to do with organization. So it's not the same modifying and trying to adapt the transmission and distribution or transport a company, or thinking or rethinking the organization from scratch, okay? And seeing which of the new capabilities are required. Second, there is a need of a full specific target operating model and data model as well, okay? Covering how to, not only to develop projects, but how to optimize those projects, okay? What to tell about cloud? All the companies are moving to cloud currently, okay? Implement technical and cutting-edge technologies. We will later on go through this specific topic, okay? Leveraging well-known and proven standards. I have included some of them, BIM, Lean, A55, there are plenty of them, okay? And last but not least, everything that has to do, user-centric, digital worker, and mobile everywhere, okay? So those companies that understand this new paradigm from a holistic perspective are the ones that are leading the capital projects or infrastructure development, okay? So let's do some deep dive regarding digital solutions. If we look at everything that has to do with an asset management, we see plenty of solutions, some of them very well known and very consolidated throughout the organizations. It's the ERP, general information or geographic information systems, etc., etc. There are some others that are quite new or still are in a proof of concept or pilot stage and have not been scaled up in the organization, okay? So which are those very innovative technologies that are transforming the way we develop CapEx? Let me show you some ideas, okay? I'm not going to get deep into each of them, but at the end, the message is that all of them are transforming the productivity of a company, either in the design and construction phase or in the operational stage, okay? So I have included augmented reality, exoskeleton or wearable robotics, semi-autonomous robots, all of them very related to or applies to the construction phase. But we do have also the digital operations, and you will see that everything that has to do with digital twin is something that you will hear from today till, I don't know, till ever. So, is it technology the only lever that we need to deploy to be productive? We think no. We think that technology needs to be combined with new standards. So, with the permission of Daniel from the European Commission, that he said that everything that is related to ISOs is very boring. I am going to try to be not so boring, but I would like to talk about BIM, okay? What is BIM? BIM is a methodology based on ISO 19650, which rules the information, the asset information management throughout the life cycle, by using dynamic and modeling 3D in real time, okay? What does BIM provide? It provides all the information throughout the life cycle regarding geometries, space relationships, geospatial information, amounts, and every single attribute that is needed later on to operate the assets, okay? So this specific methodology is built on 4 pillars. The first one is related to governance, okay? So establishes and forces to use consistent standards and protocols. We have heard a lot about protocols, standards in previous panels. And this forces to have a consistent way of understanding the asset among the collaborators, okay? The second one is focused on the model. So by centralizing the design, we are able to enable real-time visualization. We can we can update documents in an automated way. We can seamlessly coordinate the different disciplines or multidisciplines within an asset, okay? So that will give us the possibility to reduce discrepancies as well as to, let me say, provide accountability at every single stage of the asset, okay? The one has to do with collaboration. So every single stakeholder that is involved in an asset works in a unified platform, okay? So that also reduces, we get timely feedback, we can identify errors, so it gives a much more fluent workflow during the development of the assets, no? And last but not least is data model. That's one of the most relevant things of BIM, that it's a comprehensive data repository where all the information is kept throughout the entire cycle of the asset, okay?
Helena, sorry. 1 minute.
So, 1 minute. Well, this is just to show you that the information is seamlessly seen through the asset, and a couple of benefits. Why implementing BIM? I'm not going to talk about 3D model because this has to do a lot with the design phase, but I'm going to talk about more the operational stage. So what does those comprehensive data model provides? Provides full transactional history. You can include complete life cycle cost, repairs, everything that has to do with the operation. Real-time insight, we can include room temperature, energy use, anything that has to do with sustainability as well. Integrates the facility with security, system controls, etc., etc. And last but not least, we can use this real-time information for adding artificial intelligence models for several use cases. So, in a nutshell, technology, it's a must to provide productivity in the deployment of CapEx in the future, but needs to be combined with methodologies. And do not forget that we need to have an holistic approach to how a company will face those huge investments in the future. So thank you so much. And I...
Thank you, Helena.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. After this so transversal topic, we begin with the specific topics. And the next topic is integrity, and for talking about it, I welcome Nerea Borja. She is a doctor in material science and chemistry. He has a few experience in investigation, and currently she is a member of the scientific team of the Pangea, that is a startup of the ArcelorMittal Group. Nerea?
Thanks so much, Claudio. Is the button, the green button, okay?
In the middle.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. Thanks, Claudio, for the introduction. I would like to, first of all, sorry, thank to the entire team of Enagás, especially to Igor Pagazortundua, Head of Innovation and Technology, not only for inviting us to be here today, but also for the kindly collaboration in this ongoing project. Okay, today I'm going to present this project that is based on the continuous monitoring of the integrity of hydrogen in transport ducts. Okay, as Claudio said before, we are a company, we are the Pangea, and I am part of the scientific team. This company is focused on develop high-value technological products combining different technologies, exponential technologies, such as nanotechnology, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, among others. Due to the combination of these technologies and the assistance of a multidisciplinary team, we can develop products from the most basic point, the laboratory, to its industrialization. This is thanks to the knowledge and the expertise of our company and our co-founders or collaborators, such as ArcelorMittal, as Claudio said before. Today, we are going to talk about the hydrogen and the needs of this gas transition. As we all know, the energy field has undergone several changes in recent years due to legislation, due to operation. Due to this change, there are several needs that have arisen in several fields. So, in the hydrogen-based economy that requires safe and secure transport paths, we have really needs to ensure this safety transport. Currently, there are many monitoring technologies, such as ILIs, that are inline devices to inspect the gas transport, but they have certain limitations, as the other guest, Robert Inglis, said before from Good. We have the needs of improve our monitoring technologies to ensure the safety of the gas transport, because hydrogen, in comparison with natural gas, causes a hydrogen enrichment in the gas ducts. So it's really necessary to us to control very good the installation. So we, together with Enagás, are developing a system to sensorize, to monitor the pipeline to ensure the safety of this gas transition. So here we have a brief scheme, I don't know, brief scheme when we can see an idea of the system that we propose. We have sensors underground on the pipeline connected with the electronics. The digital data go to the communication system, and then the data are sent to a cloud to be processed. Okay, we have a power supply that powers not only the sensors and the electronics, also the communication system. And we have here the entire system to ensure this safety. Why? Because the sensors that we have installed in this pipeline can measure the mechanical strain in the changes in mechanical strain. So this is because these sensors are piezoresistive sensors that show an electrical signal by a mechanical change. No? So if we apply pressure, mechanical strain by compression or traction, we can measure the change in the pipeline. So the idea is to install these sensors in located areas along the pipeline, not in the entire pipeline. That areas are areas that are identified as critical areas of this pipe. So we can measure with this system the tensional state of the pipeline, measuring only some areas of the gas transport. Okay, this is a system that is ensuring the safety, because we can measure, as I said, the located areas. No, we can measure the damage along the pipeline in if we measure this pipeline, if we combine this action of these sensors that are piezoresistive sensors, we can combine with an ILIs and we can ensure this safety. These these piezoresistive sensors are nanotechnological sensors because they are made by nanomaterials. We can tune the properties of these nanomaterials to ensure the sensibility that we need to measure the mechanical strain. So these nanomaterials are graphene and graphene derivatives that are two-dimensional material that have very high electrical conductivity, high thermal conductivity, and it's a high resistant, elastic and flexible material. So this material provides us a really good, a really interesting approximation to these sensors. So, as I said before, this nanostructured carbon-based sensors offering us the continuous monitoring of this gas pipeline. We can rapidly detect and prevent the formation of defects or anomalies along the pipeline. Only location a few sensors along the entire infrastructure. So these sensors are going to give us information about embrittlement areas on the gas transportation. So thank you for your attention. I would like to conclude my intervention. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Nerea. Thank you, Nerea. Next topic is a really interesting topic, measurement. And for talk about this topic, I introduce Henk Riezebos. He is a doctor in physics. He has a few experience in different companies, but I think always linked to the measurement technologies. And currently, she is a DMB, Senior Principal Specialist in Energy Transition, Metering and Flow. Henk, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss and tell about measurement. And actually, I wanted to discuss two topics. Measurements are important because they can be input to your models, but it's, of course, very good to know also about the uncertainty of measurement, because if the data is wrong, also your models are wrong. I've been talking about two topics, the GERC energy capacity, and this is, let's say, how we at DNV are dealing with looking for hydrogen readiness of the repurposing of existing pipelines. And one aspect I wanted to clear, also in view of the discussions last day, is the aspect of the gas velocity and the operational scenarios you have to repurpose gas pipelines for hydrogen. Actually, like said before in the discussions on compression, you talk about higher diameters you need for hydrogen. That is only true if you convert your equipment or your pipeline with the same maximum velocity. And that, of course, holds for pipelines. But typically, when you have a pipeline, your pressure loss is determined by density times velocity squared. And of course, the density of hydrogen, that really helps to make the pressure drop lower. So if you look at the orange line in this presentation, you already see that you can increase your velocity of hydrogen within the current capacity of your pipelines. But then the next line, that's the blue line, you discuss about energy capacity. You want to have the same amount of energy transported as before in natural gas. And then you get the blue line, and typically this depends on the current quality of the natural gas. In the Netherlands, we have quite low quality natural gas, where we have nitrogen being part of the gas composition. And in fact,
this blue line for the Groningen gas is below the orange line. But for the high calorific gases, your blue line definitely sticks out above the capacity of your pipeline. So that is typically, I want to stress also in the combination with the previous discussions, that is important. But I want to talk about, let's say, this is the old presentation, because this information I want to skip. I have only 10 minutes.
No problem.
Sorry for that. So I'll now go to the measurements. Measurements we do at DNV is typically with joint industry projects. We gather industry together, both the manufacturers and, for instance, the TSOs or the users of the gas to create solutions. And typically, we have done this the last years, also for the flow measurement. So we, as already in the morning, we talked about the H2 pipe, where we are also gather the industry to make new standards for pipelines. This is what we've done last years for creating standards for both, let's say, the hydrogen, which is the blue part in the graph, and the dark red is the CO2, where we are also currently running CO2 metrology infrastructure projects. Last week, we've studied in Groningen, extensively tested 13 meters simultaneously on gaseous CO2. And we will continue also for hydrogen. And typically, this is a project we have been doing, and Enagás was part of this project, where we have studied how the blends of hydrogen will affect current flow metering systems in natural gas. And typically, this was a big collaboration where we had many TSOs and also many manufacturers together to determine with current natural gas flow meters how they are affected by adding hydrogen or CO2 to the mix. And we did this, and actually for the manufacturers, this was some kind of technology qualification statement that they could prove based on tests performed in labs, that this is what is really evidence for their maturity statements and their qualification. So what we established for this joint industry project is we created different reference standards, which actually consisted the normal natural gas types. The turbine, for instance, are from the normal natural gas traceability. But we also added Coriolis, mass flow measurement, to that system. And for a great accuracy, we used sonic nozzles. Sonic nozzles are really, if you have sufficient pressure drop possibility, you can operate sonic nozzles to really determine very accurately the flow rates, but they are distinct flow rates. So they are, that's why we need continuous measurement, Coriolis and turbine, and nozzles to support the nozzles. And we could establish very good repeatability, reproducibility, and transferability from one gas to another, because we also tested this on nitrogen, on methane, on other gases than the mixed natural gases to cover the full spectrum. We published this end of 2021 at the North Sea Flow workshop. And this is a typical result which proves, let's say, how accurate you can see like the gas composition dependent behavior of flow metering equipment. If you look at the graph on the left, you see how the blends of hydrogen affect the curve. The red curve is sort of the reference curve on natural gas. And with the increasing hydrogen percentage, you can see how the deviations become apparent upward. And the same with the CO2. When we blend CO2 with the gas, we see the deviation going downward. And typically in the middle, in the green and the blue curves, it shows that the same molar mass dependent behavior is also with nitrogen, and pure methane. So this is how we have established, actually, for the hydrogen blends, a very accurate system to test and qualify existing natural gas products. But now we go to 100% hydrogen. And for this, we have developed in 2022 a small test loop, which is shown in the graph on the right. And in this test loop, we can test up to 500 cubic meters an hour flow metering equipment. And we have done this with a limited joint industry project with the companies involved over there. And we created, let's say, we tested mainly reference equipment, which should be used for the next step, where we test all the available technology solutions of manufacturers. And this is sort of a summary of what we have from the technology point of view. For the nozzles are really good, also for 100% hydrogen, to really deliver the highest accuracy and lowest uncertainty. And for rotary and orifice systems, which are very common in the natural gas as well, they can also be, let's say, used as a reference system if you put them in a package. And for the turbines, it is very common in the natural gas, but the turbines are not so good in the lower flow area, because the lower density of the hydrogen, the lower forces there, sort of create a higher dependency on the friction. And for the Coriolis, they also perform surprisingly well also for this low density hydrogen. So this is sort of what we use to sort of create a reference system for the next steps. And the next steps is actually where we will this year and next year start the JIP, Joint Industry Project H2Met. So 2 solutions, then we go to the big loop where we've also done actually the other test. So this is what we intend to do this year. Enagás also intends to participate, and we, with a lot of more companies, we will run this project where we want for future operators to make large steps in understanding the performance, the drifts, and to create standards for the industry, because that's also the other point. There's a lack of standards for measurement of flow. Also for the flow technology providers, you should have ways to test and prove to your customers that your meter functions well, so that's also offered. And we offer metrology companies, and in this case it is PTB Germany and VSL Netherlands, also to support us and to support the work we do in the joint industry project to create their own traceability and reference schemes. I ended in the new with a slide where I said there's really a lot of need for testing, and so it's only not only on paper we need to test and we need to prove, and this testing needs to be funded in a sense, and there needs to be trust also that also there's no market yet for calibration, so this test facility is only helping the technology to develop, and there's not yet a market, but you should also support those types of facilities. And I know Enagás is also willing to set up, so I hope that can also be done.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last topic, no less important topic, is going to be introduced by Pere Margalef. He has a huge experience in the hydrogen industry, and currently he is the SNAN Director of Decarbonization Technologies. Pere, it's your turn.
Thank you, Claudio. Well, first of all, thank you, Enagás, for inviting me to come here today. It is a pleasure to come back to my home country. My presentation today, it's not about any specific technology. My presentation is about a project that I've been asked to talk about. It's a project that recently started, so unfortunately, we don't have a lot of results, or we don't have any results, but I think it's important to talk about this project as basically to show how important it is to collaborate and how important it is to work together on the future. of the hydrogen industry, because we're at the very beginning and we have a lot of issues to talk about and to solve. So for those of you who don't know SNAM, I always say that the SNAM is the Enagás from Italy. When my friends ask me, why are you going to Italy? What company are you joining in Italy? I always say, well, I'm joining the Italian Enagás. And everyone is like, okay, now I understand. So we are the TSO of Italy. I'm not going to get into corporate details, of course, but basically we're one of the energy players, infrastructure energy players, one of the bigger ones. We own 32,000 kilometers of natural gas pipelines at high pressure. We own about 9 storage facilities for underground storage in depleted gas fields, about 20 BCMs. And now we're also LNG for regasification plants. 2 of them are fairly new, the floating ones that we just installed recently. And I'm showing this because the intention is that in the future we want to use all this infrastructure for hydrogen. We know that hydrogen is the future. I think it's clear. We don't know if it's going to take 5, 10, or 20 years, but the idea is to use all these for hydrogen in the future, also for biomethane, but hydrogen will be one of the main molecules. And we're working together with Enagás in a lot of cases and other TSOs to retrofit and to reuse as much as possible of this infrastructure. I allow myself to put a slide here on a CCS project. I know it's not hydrogen, but basically I wanted to put it because just yesterday we got the PCI status for our project in Ravenna. It's a CCS facility that we're doing with Eni, the oil company in Italy. We will start injecting CO2 actually in a couple of months. The pilot phase is 25,000 kilotons per year. 2026 we'll start with 4 million tons, and in 2030 we'll go to large industrial scale, 16 million tons of CO2. This CO2 at the beginning will be captured from the Casal Borsetti, which is one of the biggest compression stations that Eni owns and uses to compress natural gas and install and inject in our system. But in the future, we will capture CO2 from the industry in that region, and we will inject it in these depleted gas fields. Those are depleted gas fields that will be repurposed for CO2 capture and storage. Now, what really matters for this technical hydrogen day is this is our big project, the South Corridor project. We also gain PCI status. This project is basically building and repurposing a backbone for hydrogen transportation to transport hydrogen from the north of Africa all the way to Austria and to Germany. It's a 3,200 kilometers, more or less. 75% of these pipelines will be repurposed, at least the pipeline, because we know that this steel can be used, the pipelines can be used for hydrogen. Of course, all the auxiliary equipment will have to be changed. The instrumentation and compression stations and valves and everything else will have to be changed, of course, and be adapted to hydrogen. But as I said, 75% will be repurposed. We're doing this with 4 other TSOs, mostly from Austria and from Germany. And this is extremely important, and I think that everyone in this room knows that in the future, hydrogen will have to be transported with pipelines, because it's the cheapest way to do it, especially when we already have a huge infrastructure that's existing, and especially with all the expertise we already have to move molecules. So if we capitalize in the expertise, if we capitalize in the infrastructure that we have today, and we do our job in repurposing, I think we all feel very comfortable that we'll be able to transport hydrogen in big volumes in a relatively high distance or long distances. Just to give you an example, this specific project is intending to move 4 million tons of hydrogen per year from North Africa all the way to Austria. Of course, most of it will stay in Italy, I hope. Some will get to Germany and to Austria. And the cost of transporting this hydrogen all the way from North Africa to Germany is 0.5 euros per kilo, just the addition cost to transport hydrogen, which if you compare it with liquid hydrogen or compressed hydrogen or even on ammonia, you can tell that it's very affordable. Now, the specific project that I wanted to talk about is on leakages. I have a slide showing that, but basically a couple of years ago, there was a lot of noise from the Environmental Defense Fund saying, we may create a problem bigger than what we have today on methane, because the impact on the greenhouse, or the impact on climate change of hydrogen will be worse than what we have today on methane. Well, because of that, those are statements of the EDF that I think we all agree that's a very good organization and we all have to take it seriously. A project had developed. Before I go into the specific project, that's what I will talk about, I just want to show, those are the methane emissions of SNAM over the last 10 years. You can see that we have reduced all of them. The 4 types of emissions, fugitive, pneumatic, vented, and incomplete combustion emissions, they have been reduced over the last 10 years considerably. We have applied the best practices, we have applied the best technologies and the best innovations, not because there is also a mandate coming from Europe, but because we are responsible and our ESG corporate mandates basically force us to do this. But you can see that we've worked really hard over the last 10 years. We will continue working hard, and all this expertise will be used also for the hydrogen, and we will avoid and minimize the hydrogen leakage. So, really quick on the developments that drove us to this new project that's been recently funded by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership joint undertaking. As I said, in 2022, the Environmental Defense Fund came out with a study saying hydrogen emissions and the leakage of hydrogen will create a bigger problem than we have today. The JRC organized a workshop in which Enagás was also part of, together with SNAM and other experts and companies within the whole value chain. We did the workshop, and then the JU, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, came up with a call, specific funding, in which SNAM led a consortium, and we actually won, and it came up to the NIRA project, or NIRA project, which the title is Prenormative Research on Hydrogen Releases Assessment. So this is a project, as I said, collaborative project, 15 partners from 9 different countries. The duration is 36 months. The budget is 3.5 million euros. It's an RNA, so it's 100% funding rate, and will conclude in 2026. Unfortunately, it started 4 months ago. We don't have results, but I thought it was important to show an example of collaborative effort to make sure that what we're doing is the right thing and we will do it right. Those are the partners. As you can see, Enagás is one of the partners, and we're very happy to work with Enagás, and Igor's team, it's working really well. We have other partners within the whole value chain, Baker Hughes, ENGIE. We also have refineries, Equinor, Gas Industrial, Linde, of course, measuring and metric centers and universities. So it's a very complete partner or consortium. But then on the advisory board, it's even better. You can see all the people that have shown interest in being part of this project, including the Environmental Defense Fund. They are part of the advisory board. They come to the meetings, and they're actually looking closely at what we're doing and what we will do. The project context, I will skip that, but I think I already mentioned during my talk so far why we're doing this. And the objectives of the project is basically we will create a hydrogen release inventory. We need to know how much hydrogen will be released within the whole value chain. And basically we will create this database with all the different components within different value chains, and we will evaluate, we will experiment and evaluate how much hydrogen will be released or leaked from each of these components. Then we will also develop and validate different methodologies to detect and quantify these releases. We will define different scenarios for 2030, 2050. And then we will actually quantify how much hydrogen will come out in the atmosphere for real. Of course, it will be based on models and scenarios, but of course, it's something that hasn't been done so far. And that's going to allow the scientists, the atmospheric scientists and chemists, to determine what's the real impact of hydrogen in the climate change. Because right now, they're all based on assumptions on natural gas releases, which are different than hydrogen releases. So this work is very important. Last but not least, the final objective is to provide recommendations to international standard bodies for the mitigation strategies for the hydrogen release. those are the different working packages, and this looks complicated, and it's complicated. I'm still trying to understand how this is going to work. That's the methodology of the project, but basically, very quick, because I'm over my time. On the work package 1, we will define different supply chains. It's not just electrolysis pipeline consumer. There will be different methodologies to produce hydrogen, different ways to transport hydrogen. So we'll define the supply chain. We'll have a first inventory of these hydrogen releases. Then we'll go to work in package 2. We will develop protocols and methodologies to quantify these releases, and that's going to be done theoretically but also experimentally. Then we'll go to work package 3, which we're going to validate the protocols and methodologies. There's going to be some iteration in there. And finally, with all this work done, we'll come up with a final inventory within different value chains. We're already in work package 4, that we're going to develop. We're going to propose different mitigation strategies, and this is going to be led by Engie. Simulation tool will be developed as well. And then we will estimate a baseline of these releases with and without these mitigation strategies that have been defined. Finally, with the different scenarios that we have defined, we will define in different times, we will be able to state and basically quantify all the hydrogen that will be released in the atmosphere, which, as we all know, hydrogen will be expensive to produce, or it's expensive to produce, so we'll make sure that there will not be a lot of hydrogen in the atmosphere, but nevertheless, with this, we'll be able to all get peace of mind and make sure that we're doing the right thing. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Pere. Okay, for being a bit more in deep in your respective topics, I have a specific question for any of you. The first is for you, Helena. According with your presentation, BIM seems to be a mature solution, a mature technology, but I have a doubt about the maturity of the sectors where the BIM is expected to be a change, like, for example, oil and gas, and perhaps something that is burning now that is the new hydrogen economy. What is your opinion?
Well, so first of all, BIM maturity is more determined by the country, rather than the industries. So, if we look globally, some European countries started adopting BIM a long time ago. For example, UK, and then there were followers such as France or Germany. And the way that they extended BIM maturity across the sectors was by obliging them to adopt BIM methodology whenever they were concurring to a public licitation, infrastructure licitation. So some countries are much more advanced, and if we look at sectors, we can see that building, construction industries are more advanced than others. Having said that, when the business case was materialized and energy industry saw how beneficial could be adopting BIM, we have seen global companies, energy companies, adopting BIM. So if we go to Spain, the government launched the national BIM plan last year. It will take us some years to be full mature from a BIM perspective. But this will force Spanish energy players, energy and non-energy players, to adopt BIM. Okay, so which is the most relevant thing to take into account? That when adopting BIM is not just how you adopt the methodology within your company, but how you force your collaborators to adopt BIM as well. So you do have engineering companies, you have construction companies, you do have manufacturers, and based on what I learned this morning, there are a lot of components that are not being developed, launched, and they are quite at innovative stage. So it needs to, my recommendation always is starting quick or as soon as possible so that you give time to collaborators to adopt BIM. So still in Spain, very beginning stages, while we see other countries much more advanced.
It's so clear. Nerea, the project you have the project, Enagás is collaborating with you, is a clear and practical example of use of nanotechnology. Currently, nanotechnology is growing uses in a lot of different sectors. According with your experience, what are the key factors that are determining this scaling of the nanotechnology uses?
Okay, nanotechnology, such as other exponential technologies, is now growing a lot, as you said, because it's in full development. I think that in recent years, research centers, technological industries, or companies and universities have been developing this field, and they have a lot of knowledge about this field. And now is the time to install all the nanotechnology in the market, in real market. So I think that the combination of several technologies, as I said, exponential technologies and nanotechnology, gives the possibility to install it in the market. Nanotechnology, the key factor for me is that you can tune your material and adapt the material for your application. So if you want one application to consider, you need to improve your material, you need to synthesize, and you need to produce your material ad hoc for this application. So this is, for me, the key point of this technology that, as I said, combining with other technologies is a powerful instrument to this, in this case, in this transition energy.
Thank you, Nerea. Henk, your project is a fantastic example of sectorial collaboration, industrial collaboration, OEMs, operators. It's clear the role of the laboratories in order to be sure that we manage the certainty required for the measurement of the assets. In the natural gas sector, talking about big, huge flow of natural gas, we always are so confident with the ultrasonic meters, but what's your opinion about, because it's not clear about the maturity and expected maturity for the next startup of hydrogen pipelines of this technology?
Ultrasonic technology is indeed a very good technology for also diagnostic purposes. But there is a challenge for hydrogen, and the challenge is both that the speed of sound in hydrogen is very high, so and also the velocities need to go up if you want to measure the same amount of energies. So that is a real challenge, so that we have not mentioned ultrasonic flow technology as in the reference system, because it cannot operate, the same system cannot operate in natural gas and in hydrogen. You need to have really a different and separate technology system, maybe separate sensors to cope with the speed of sound and the velocity changes. So we have, we are using for our facility an ultrasonic meter as a sort of reference, but actually there are 2 meters in one body, where one is measuring, let's say, the natural gas, and the other pair of sensors is measuring when the speed of sound is too high and hydrogen is flowing. So that is, there, although you could say there's one instrument measuring both hydrogen and natural gas, in fact it is 2 instruments in one body.
Thank you, Frank. Pere, you have talked about our interesting project for determining the impact or the amount of the impact of hydrogen leaks. But the previous slide, you have talked about the reality of the natural gas sector. Now we only analyze the environmental impact because the safety impact is so controlled, is so regulated. Also, the project is beginning. what is your opinion or your expectation about how big is going to be the problem and if it's going to have more influence in environmental and safety?
Well, I don't think it's, I'm very hopeful on what's coming, mostly because all the years and years of experience accumulated in TSOs like Enagás and SNAM that have been used for methane will be applied for hydrogen as well. Of course, different challenges, of course, different molecules. And here in the room, I have a few colleagues from SNAM that are true experts on metallurgy and combustion systems and everything that you can think of for methane. And they're already working on hydrogen since a few years ago, even though we still don't have the network installed. They've been doing research. We've been spending already a lot of money on research to make sure that what's coming, we do it right. So on the environmental part, to answer your question, Claudio, I'm not concerned. We're doing this project because we have to do it. I think the EDF is a serious organization and it's raised complaints or concerns from the European Commission, so we have to do this project no matter what. But we're going to do also this project because it's going to help us also as a prenormative research. We're going to use the findings of this project to advise the regulatory bodies to define and to do the right regulations and legislations for hydrogen. On the safety, I think we've seen previous slides that there are already thousands of hydrogen pipelines in use. Of course, lower pressure maybe, different environments, more controlled environments, but all these findings can be used and will be used to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have, I think, 2 questions. Okay. 2 open questions for you. The first, you have shown particular experience innovating in specific topics. In this time of development of your respective areas of interest of projects, what have been the main challenges you have to face with? In the order you prefer.
So I can start. Regarding BIM, in order to make possible to materialize the business case, for me the big challenges of a company are 4 cornerstones. The first one is related to thinking of the asset with the lens of the full life cycle. So when doing BIM for not just taking into account design and construction, but also the operation, because at the end of the day, the model, the asset model, the data, needs to have all the information needed for the operation stage. So that's the first one. Second, it's not just a methodology, it's also technology. So we do have BIM technology, such as BIM authoring, common data environments, etc., etc. So new technologies need to be implemented, and additionally, the existing technologies are probably, we need to adjust them because there is a new data model coming in force due to BIM. And additionally, BIM technologies and existing technologies need to be integrated. So second is technology. The third, and I would say, and I have already mentioned, training and change management is not just company doing their own homeworks, but you need to take into account your own resources and external resources. And by the way, there are many providers or manufacturers that even though they are not in BIM, you cannot replace them because they are the only one providing a very specific component. So you need to train and let them adopt the methodology. And last but not least, you also change the way you govern, the governance model that also will be impacted due to these new collaborative stages. So I would say that those 4 topics need to be taken into account in order to have a really successful business case on every single stage.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Pere?
I cannot think of any specific problem, the technical problem right now. In fact, SNAM has been doing already, as I said before, research on many parts of the supply chain. We've tested already hydrogen blending in one of our turbo compressors in Sandana. We went up to 10% blending with natural gas. It's not much, but I think the learnings, we did it with our provider, Baker Hughes, and I think we were all very convinced that we can go higher than 10% with no problem. We've also tested injection of hydrogen and blending in our pipelines, and that was also successful. We are also working with some startups. We haven't finished that project yet, but we'll also work with membranes to de-blend and to purify a blend when it comes, if it comes. So I think we also actually have a lot of tests done on hydrogen pipelines and metallurgy, the project with Jerk in Sardinia. So I think slowly and steady, we're working on all the technical issues. We're addressing them all. So I'm not concerned on the technical part. I am more concerned on the topics that we were saying before, on demand and supply, regulatory framework, costs. Should we build the infrastructure without being off-takers? That's for me the major concerns and the major things to worry about. From a technical part and operational management, we just have to do what we know what we do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Nerea?
In my case, aligned with Pere, we have the same view. No? We have a technology that is maturing now. We have technical issues during this maturing, but now I don't know a main problem or a main issue in this technology, because we are step by step together with Enagás solving these technical issues that we have in this ongoing project. So for us, the more complicated item of the most important thing here is that for us, the synergy with a company like Enagás in this case is really important to develop our innovative production, because innovative solutions have really problems, because you maybe sometimes you don't know how the entire system is working, and you need a lot of information about tensile strengths of the gas pipeline, materials, problems with operators in the infrastructure. So yeah, for us it's really important to have this feedback from the company to develop our system, our product in the better way.
Thank you, Nerea. Henk?
About technology maturity, I want to say two things. First, we are not making a product as DNV, but we facilitate a process. And facilitating this process, we have a systematic approach for, and this is called technology qualification. Actually, it has already been an established method for offshore new technology, because there is no way to really prove the maturity, and otherwise you cannot do something. When you are onshore, you can maybe replace it, but offshore it needs to be really on paper already proven. And so this method is really a risk-based method, where you look at what is typically the risk of a technology. And for instance, I've also myself developed for the ultrasonic flow measurement a systematic approach to prove also in a harsh field environment that it still is functioning. That is what you should do. It's not only testing and not only OIML, where you have sort of a systematic distortion, but you have to prove in real life that methodology works, and this method is available. Mm-hmm. Secondly, what we do is we collaborate. So we work with industry, with all partners involved to have solutions. So not one manufacturer making a solution, but all together. And that is also needed because there are a lot of challenges ahead.
Mm-hmm. And the final question, again for you. I think the huge difference between the way we have to afford the design and construction phases always, I think the main is the scaling of technologies is so different from what we require in the operating and maintenance phase, especially because we have to use a combination of adaptation, especially if we talk about processes, innovative adaptation. Some of your projects are examples of innovative adaptation, but finally, we have to scale because at the end, 2030, 2035, a huge amount of assets have to be under operation, and all the technologies you have been talking about have to be ready. Do you believe that independently of your specific project or the particular project now you are working, the sector is going to be capable of scale these technologies in order to have the same KPIs that now we can show in the natural gas sector? It's a complex question.
If I may say, I mean, you scale with a demonstration project, make it bigger and bigger. What we doing for metrology is we start with maybe with the domestic meters, but anyhow, what is important is that you understand the full operational challenges technology faces. And so that means paperwork, but of course the technology is mature once it has been in operation for 10 years of service. But that is only achieved while we start. And actually a main challenge is also that there's still hesitance to start, actually. Also for the funding, let's say we have labs where we can do hydrogen testing because that is what you need for all your equipment, for your valves, that it is tested. And still the funding, we are not yet a funded labs. We are funded by the industry, but other companies have funding and have labs. And that is also very much needed to make that step to achieve the next goals.
Mm-hmm. Nerea?
Yes. I think that in general, the most important thing here to achieve this goal is to have a lot of inversion, a lot of money to resolve all the technical issues that we have to do. Because I think that there are a lot of technologies that are capable of do this gas energy transition, and I think that we are good. We are in the right way. I think that we can do that. It's complicated, but working all together, collaborating in this goal, I think that we can achieve it with any problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Nerea. Pere?
Well, to give you a quick answer, yes, I think we'll be ready to scale up by 2035, no problem, if the demand is there. So it has to be a pull from the market. The companies have to be comfortable investing in these developments and the technologies. I think all the problems are solvable. I think all the technologies will have to adapt, but they can adapt. But of course, it requires investment, and investment will come only if the market is there. And that requires, of course, a very clear regulation. That requires a very clear, or not complicated and constrained. I don't want to talk about RFMBOs, but because we already talked about this. But short answer is yes, if the market is there, which we all hope will be there.
Thank you, Pere. Finally, Helena?
Very quick. BIM, it's a quite mature methodology, as I said. There are already countries that are, dozens of companies that are up and running with BIM. But regarding for those companies that are thinking or, giving the first steps to adopt BIM, we always recommend to start with a pilot. A pilot means that it's a productive pilot. It's up and running, but you need to test it with a project. So the methodology changes a little bit whether you want to apply it to existing asset or to a brand new asset. So again, for example, in the case of Enagás, you do have the existing gas pipeline or transport infrastructure. So the way to do it is one way, and the way to do it for future infrastructure changes a little bit. But at the end, you need to select a pilot, test it, and then scale it. But I don't see any problems scaling and not in the timing that you do have in mind.
It's clear. So, Henk, Nerea, Pere, Helena, thank you very much for sharing your experience, your knowledge, and for reinforce the idea that we have identified clearly the main challenge, that we are working properly in the way for mitigate any risk and be sure that the next future, 2030, will be ready for operating maintenance future hydrogen. Thank you very much.
And now I introduce Natalia Latorre, that is the... Oh, sorry. You're waiting, Natalia, in the door. So, for finalize this event, really interesting event, we are proud of coordinate this event. I introduce my fellow, Natalia Latorre, that is the Ecology Transition General Manager.
Thank you, Claudio. I will wait for final clean of the stage. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we close this technical day with enlightening sessions dedicated to technical advance in renewable energy and hydrogen, I feel a profound sense of inspiration and optimism. Over the morning, we have explored deeper all the technical aspects of hydrogen as a clean and sustainable energy carrier. And I think that all of us now can confirm that the advance is truly remarkable. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers and panelists because your contribution has been the success of this event. Your expertise, your passion, and your dedication made, as I said, the success. Of course, thanks to all the people that has joined us, being here presently, but also who are following this event by streaming. So now, probably, all of you share what are your challenges and opportunities, the challenges and opportunities that we have as a sector. Now, I'm going to share what are my challenges, and is to summarize 4 pages of notes that I take because it was extremely nice to listen all of you. So I will try to do my best. In the opening session, Arturo, our CEO, set the frame for the discussion that we have and also announced something that for me is important, the creation of the Hydrogen Technology Observatory with the objective to promote, analyze, and share technical advance in the H2 field. Amalia Pizarro reminds us the political momentum for low-carbon solutions, but ask us one reflection, how to turn this moment into deployment. Also, I think to remark from your speech was basically that for net zero scenario, we will require to have 20,000 kilometers of infrastructures of pipelines in 2030, and in 2050, up to more than 200,000 kilometers. Of course, there are questions that I hope some of them were already answered during the rest of the sessions that we ran. And it was regarding distance, materials, diameters, compressors, line pack, standards. We need to do more. I think all of us know about that. We need to do more, especially in storage, because storage, it will be not only a flexible tool, but also a security of supplies matter. So from you, I take early planning is necessary. From the session regulatory challenges moderated by my colleague Susana, I took from Boyana that gas package provide much more clarity for hydrogen participants, for the unbundling rules, third-party access, planification, from Daniel, the how we call NOH, for example. But also, we all realize that there are questions that have not been solved yet in this directive and regulations. For example, how to implement, linked with the first panel. Important to establish targets for mobilizing the demand, transport and industry, for example, but are important because we require to define what are the enablers for that. Price gaps, how we close the financing scheme, infrastructures are needed in order to really connect production with consumption because not always are located in the same places. Also, from Joan, is when we were talking about what we ask next Commission as a priorities, I think we need to continue with the ambition of the Green Deal, but of course, now needs to focus in how we implement all of this. We cannot forget the industry, especially the industry for the value change that the energy transition will require, competitiveness, etc. What I take away from this panel is especially important issues as quality gas, purity of hydrogen, and cross-border flows rules, clear cross-border rules. Then, in the session regarding industry standards by Daniel, I like that we start with a reflection. How safe is your standards? How practical is your standards? How economical is your standards? We're required to do due diligence, and I think it's important to remind that there is a group, a hydrogen chapter, that has the aim to cover 6 areas that has been identified that are important in order to define simple but robust industry standards. We will wait for the result of these working groups and areas in order to be included in the review of ASME in 2026. My takeaway from here, every pipeline is different. From the construction challenge, in this panel, moderated by Maurizio, Marion reminds us as well the pillars of the energy transition that I think always needs to be in front of us. Physical infrastructure, skills and capacity, and policy and regulatory enablers. Also, we discuss about kilometers of existing hydrogen pipelines, and clearly there is one number that is roughly in euro 1,492 kilometers. Now it's in my mind for always, and globally is around 5,000 kilometers. Hydrogen infrastructure should be treated as others in terms of integrity of the pipelines. From Robert, that he put the view on offshore pipelines, now, because H2Med is here, I am more conscious about how stress design needs to be done. Obliged to work with tight tolerance, and clearly it's a great challenge, but we will overcome, I add. From Christian, Andrea, and Francesco, I'm confident that the solution for compressors is there, reliable and tested. So now when you talk about compressor in Enagás, I understand that there is a solution. So, but there are still many challenges. Electric consumption, something that we already envisaged, but now is clear and is under the iceberg. I like that. And value change, because we will require to have redundancy and in order to have flexibility. From Francesco, I have another reflection to share. Turbines for hydrogen is something that we need to start to consider. It would show it a case that can start with GN and blends up to 100% hydrogen. So perhaps we will think on that. From Carlos, explain the different technologies for stored hydrogen with all the pros and cons. And probably this is the first time that I really see all the alternatives, and not only in terms of injection and withdrawal. I like one of your slides, the one that it was show what I can do with 500 million capex and how much hydrogen I can store. Thank you very much for showing us. What I take from this panel is innovation is the ability to see changes as an opportunity, something that Mario refers to. In the last panel, which was challenges in operations moderated by Claudio, Helena showed us how important is the innovation and how important is in the designing phase, but also in the operations. Technology and transformation of organization is something that we need to have in mind, because all organization needs to adapt with the current circumstance. And she explained about BIM, building information methodology, and the profits that can bring to organizations. I like technology is a must combined to methodology. So, from Nerea, she explained the pilot that we are having with Enagás regarding how to check the safety in transport. Really interesting. Henk explained how to create solutions jointly, and I must admit that Coriolis, I listen again since university time, so a long time ago. From this panel, I get something. Let's join force to overcome tomorrow. Let's join force to overcome tomorrow the challenge today. Pere, sorry, I miss you. You explained to us something that is on the table always, and is the leakage of hydrogen. And this is something, a question that many times is asked me, and the impact in safety and environmental. I'm eager to listen the results of this project of normative research on hydrogen release assessment with many different partners. So thank you very much, and I think we need to wait until you can come back here and explain the results in this technical Enagás Hydrogen Day. So this is my takeaways, but you are not going to leave this room without some request from my side. I think all of us need to commit things. The first thing that we need to commit as a sector is let's commit a spread awareness. We need to educate others about the role that hydrogen plays in the decarbonization of the economy. There is part of the demand that has only hydrogen as a solution for reducing green emissions. So, educate. Let's commit collaboration. I have accounted that in all the panels and in all the speakers, collaboration has been one of the words that everybody mentioned. We cannot do this alone. We need to work together, companies, governments, research institutions, academias, because we need to accelerate the progress and we need to overcome all the challenges in a more effective way. The third one is let's commit innovation. We talk about innovation during all the morning. It's the only way to approach new technologies, to approach new ways of doing things. It's the only way to enhance production, transport, storage, and consumption of hydrogen. And finally, and I'm also ESG lady in Enagás, I cannot forget sustainability. Our efforts should prioritize environmental protection, social equity, economic viability in order to ensure a sustainable energy transition. With all of this, I'm pretty sure that we will become catalysts for the hydrogen development. Thank you very much for all your attention. Let's go out and make the difference. And I hope to see you in the next Enagás Technical Day. Thank you very much.